Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you.
Yeah.
You know why this is a big Tuesday?
What do we got? The Mets winning again,
No.
kicking the crap out of your loser Orioles. Although I like the Orioles too.
I was going to say, wait, who has the better record?
Hey.
Who's the loser?
Hey. Who's on the come up right now?
Facts.
Huh?
Facts.
Huh?
Walk-offs are always fun, and they got a walk-off.
Who hit the walk-off?
Dominguez?
Who?
Is that who it is, Sue? It was like the seven-hitter
doesn't
guy
know.
I didn't know about.
Yeah, I don't actually remember who did that last night.
He doesn't know. He's not a real Mets fan.
Yeah, clearly not.
Neither am I.
They did have a walk-off, though.
No, it's a big
But I don't
Tuesday
remember who did it.
because it is the eve of a very big show.
Yeah, it is. Only the second one of its kind.
That's
ever.
right. Yes. Tomorrow, our show will be all Club 1080.
All club at the pub.
Can you believe that? We've only done this one other time and we got in a lot of trouble for it.
Yeah, actually, we did. Well, we didn't. But
We did it for TV.
Our boss did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, our boss is supposed to shield us from trouble.
Yes.
I mean, that's what they're there for.
Yeah.
And so back in the day when we were on Comcast Sportsnet, we did, and they televised our whole show.
Yeah.
Or at least 3 to 6, and because they were scared of the club.
They were scared of the club. Yes.
And
Maybe rightfully so.
There's a disclaimer.
I disagree. Come
I
on.
think people can handle it, but
It's not that bad.
no, but it's,
Someone called it the adult hour the other day.
I mean, that's
The kiddies
Is
go to
that
bed.
a little much?
It's time for the
it's
adult
kind of
hour.
the weird adult hour, or
Yeah, it's
sometimes
odd.
the adult or the society complaining hour.
Are there bird masks involved? Because if it's an adult hour, I demand something weird to go down. I want
Eyes wide shut with Isaac and Sue.
Exactly. I want some feathers involved, some vials of things. There's probably going to be some fluids. You know, it's going to
Ew.
get weird.
Ew.
What? That could mean wine. It could mean beverage. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Well, I
Why
had to
does it
squirt-
have to go to a place of negativity, Rop?
So the Comcast people hated the club.
Yes.
'Cause
Do
there's-
you recall the topics
They
from
were
this
super.
with
I
this
I
specific
don't.
show?
I
I mean,
don't.
God,
They
this
were
was-
super scared of it, and so what we did was
They weren't scared of this specific club. They were just scared of the club in
No,
general.
I know, but then didn't you do the
yes.
club like
well,
this?
I'm trying to explain
I
that.
know.
God
Try to ask questions for context.
damn it!
God bless America.
So we had a boss back then by the name of Dennis Glasgow,
Mm-hmm.
who was pretty much good for nothing except for this.
Yeah. He did love the club.
Oh, he loved the club, and he would probably to this day claim that he came up with the club, even though he didn't.
Sounds about right.
I think he tries to claim the club.
Yeah.
Who did? Did you?
Well,
Yeah.
it was us.
Yeah, we just
Because Furness, Ian Furness. So before Suk and I got paired together, Suk was on, and I was the update guy. I was in the side studio, and I would listen to Ian and Suk. And Ian left to go to Seattle. And Ian's thing about the 6 o'clock hour was, but this is way back in the day, 2005. Everybody in the 6 o'clock hour is already out of their cars.
he thought it was a throwaway hour.
He didn't think they should even be on, so he would repurpose, play stuff from earlier in the show, like interviews, sportsy stuff, stupid stuff, right?
Well, and he would have our producer Jason Peterson do like Blazers, like a Blaze every time the Blazers played.
Yes.
They would do like the last two segments were like Peterson's whatever.
Peterson's perspective.
And so he would cut out at 6:30, so we'd replay things from like 6 to 6:30.
So he'd go cover the game.
Yeah, he'd leave at 6, and so it was over. So
it
it
would
was
just be replays because he thought this is unbelievable. And I love Ian, but this is unbelievable.
And I think a lot of people don't have. I mean, a lot of people know your story, but I don't have this history in this context. So this is great.
He thought, and so wrong, so incredibly wrong. He thought that when the Blazers games were happening,
no one listened.
There would be no one listening to the fan because they were all listening to Blazers pregame.
So it was just
which is so wrong.
Yeah. He was like, "Why are we even doing this? The Blazers are on right now, or the Blazers
we couldn't
pregame
possibly
is on."
compete with
But
that.
I respect him getting out of the hour.
Yeah.
And just repurposing stuff and telling his producer, just run that interview.
It was a bold move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, then Ian left to go to Seattle, and they threw me in with Big Sook, and we were like, well, what are we going to do? I don't want to do more sports. I don't want to do more sports. Let's just, and I don't remember how it
Well, because and Dennis, he was kind of a third man on the show with me and Ian.
Oh, that's right.
Dennis did a thing where he would do like entertainment.
Entertainment news.
Yeah, he would do like a segment of entertainment news, which Furness hated. But that's all Dennis wanted to do. Dennis would leave in the middle of sports interviews. We'd have on I don't know, just Zach Randolph or something. And Dennis would just get up and leave. He'd be like, I don't need to be here for this. So,
which is another thing I respect.
Yes. I've never seen anything quite like it. He would just look
He didn't need to be there.
No, he's like, I'm not going to ask any questions. So he would just step out. So Dennis's idea was, or he loved the idea of if we did something non-sports, which is all he wanted to do. So what if we did like his entertainment news, but we just did whatever we wanted for the last hour? So we came up with that, and he loved it. He was like, just an entire hour of non-sports, and we're like, yeah, let's just,
Yeah, because we thought, piggybacking off of Ian's idea, it's like, well, maybe let's just do something random in there because it
counter programming. The idea was if anyone wanted hardcore sports, they would have been tuned in somewhere else at that point, listening to Blazers crap or whatever.
Blazers pregame. So, I mean, oh my God.
So we just kind of started dinking off, and then shortly thereafter it became our highest rated hour.
Head coach?
God. Yeah. Wonderful. Marvelous.
So that's anyway, how it kind of happened.
So tomorrow, here we are 20 years later.
Yeah.
Still on the damn air.
Oh, but you got it. So the story behind the band club was it was the middle of summer and there was nothing going on. And Dennis used to like to have us have show meetings because he needed to justify his job.
Oh, dude, the show meetings were so funny because it was not about what was going to be on the show.
No.
It was about what Dennis.
Yeah.
It was Dennis's own show.
Yes. He would tell us.
He would have a 2-man audience and we'd just sit there and listen to Dennis riff for an hour. It was like, okay, cool, thanks. And then we'd go do our show.
Yeah.
With whatever material.
What a colossal waste of your time.
100%. Yes.
So we're sitting in there and it's the middle of summer. Well, the best part of those meetings, there were times when we would throw out an idea for something like, hey, we're thinking about talking, about blah, blah, blah. And like 2 minutes later, Dennis would be like, hey, I've got an idea. And then you do this sometimes, Buck, like if you get caught doing something, right? And you're not listening. So Dennis throws you guys should do this. And we're like, oh my God, that's literally what we just told you. So clearly,
I fall into that trap.
Yeah, like you're not listening. And we'd be like, great idea, boss. And then we'd go on the air and we'd do it. And Dennis would think it was great. So there's nothing going on in the middle of summer. It's just the doldrums. And we had a bunch of stuff for the club. There was a bunch of kind of weird, dumb stories happening. And Dennis goes, what if we just did an entire club? And we're like, huh? He goes, just 4 hours and you just do the club. There's nothing going on in sports. And we were like, done. And so we didn't really think about asking TV. We were like, oh, we're going to do it. And about 20 minutes before we go on air, our chair, our cubes where we'd sit are right in front of Dennis's office. And we just start hearing, you bleepity bleep mother, don't you blah. And it's just Dennis screaming. And you can hear the Comcast guy, Dave Kamen's on the other end of the phone, just screaming at each other. I guess Dennis didn't tell him that we were going to do the club.
Well, how did he find out?
One of because we would have people.
Producers.
Yeah, one of the producers goes, hey, by the way, because they would need to build graphics and stuff. And so they would
just topical banners and things like that. So what do you, okay.
And the guy goes, hey, they're not going to do sports today. And Dave Kamens loses it, who was in charge of the Comcast side of things. So him and Dennis just start. In all my years, I've never seen a more heated confrontation. Dennis slams the phone down like 2 minutes before we go on the air, and he's like, we're doing it. Screw him. So we go in there, and we're like, what's going to happen? So we start the show, and as we're starting the show, what comes across the TV, because we got the TV on the wall, middle of summer, nothing to play, they replayed a regular season Oregon Duck basketball game from like 2 years ago. And
whatever they just had on the screen that they could throw up there that wasn't
like
you.
A marquee game. It was like Ducks versus Stanford, something they had the rights to, and they just threw it up, and then like a little thing at the bottom that said, Primetime with Isaac and Suk will return tomorrow.
So I didn't realize, I thought that you did the show and got in trouble. You never even got to do the show.
No, well, we did the show on the radio.
We did the show.
Oh, no, I know, but not on TV.
No.
They didn't air it. They were cowards.
They were cowards, yes. And whoever ratted us out, you Weasley son of a bitch.
Some PA graphics op.
They should have just let it happen. But no, and the best part is we made fun of it for like 45 minutes. Just because it was just like, what is this? So we thought maybe it was like a Pac-12 title game, that it was like this game of importance, and we started looking up the box score. No, it was like the 8th game of the season from a couple years ago. It's like Marty Lunin was out there running around. We're like, what in the hell? And we just thought, like, how great is it that someone just in a panicked frenzy was like, give me anything, whatever. What do you have ready to go right now that is 3 hours long? And someone was like, I got this Stanford, Oregon game. Good, run it.
It's not Isaac and Suk. It works for us.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, 18 years later, I don't know.
Something like that.
Whenever that was. I don't know when that actually
Long
was.
time ago.
We are doing something called Club at the Pub, where it will be a full Club 1080 show because Pub Beer is the new sponsor of Club 1080.
Yes.
So we're going to 10 Barrel Brewing, where they make pub beer, and full 4-hour club, and it's going to be awesome in honor of them.
Yeah.
Because they're our new awesome badass Club 1080
Hells
sponsor.
yeah. And look, there may be some sports sprinkled in throughout it, but
I doubt it.
You know, hey, well, maybe something happens. I don't know.
I doubt it.
Sports is business.
More importantly, it's about time that our alcoholism
sports
has
is
been sponsored.
sports.
I mean, seriously.
No kidding.
It's only taken this long for us to get a liquor sponsor, to get a beer sponsor. It's about time. I told my son, hey, by the way, pub beer's all around. Let's go. I'm going to have to make the switch over.
It fits because Pub Beer's slogan, you know what their slogan is?
Yeah,
You do?
I do.
The official slogan of Pub Beer is the official beer of cheap fun.
That's right.
And that's what the club is.
What says cheap fun like free radio? I
They
mean,
do
for
do that.
God's sakes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We are cheap because we're free.
Yeah.
That's why you can't bitch about us.
We were talking to the guys that are in charge of everything, and he even said when they came out, if you've ever drank pub beer, you know the can is just a white can that says pub beer. He said they even looked up generic, like if you watch like King of the Hill, they just have white cans that say beer. They actually looked up generic beer label, and that's what popped up, and that's what they went with for pub beer.
Yeah.
No frills, cheap fun.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
Good little easy drinking beer.
absolutely.
So if you want to have one,
Or 6.
we will be there tomorrow.
Yeah, let's
at
do it.
10 Barrel Brewing in Northwest Portland. It's going to be fun. Club at the Pub, 3-7. Oh, and then if you missed that, we'll also be there Thursday for a live show supporting the Portland Grand Prix.
Yeah,
So we're going back-to-back 10 Barrel shows
let's do it, baby.
the next 2 days. But that one won't be, I mean, it won't be all club
Yeah.
on Thursday, but
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe we turn over a new leaf and just Club 1080 the rest of eternity.
Just
What do you think about that?
Just
At least for the rest of the
you
year.
go to the FM dial, and there you go.
How long before we're turfed? Do you think we get turfed if we do that and literally refuse to change?
You could probably trial it for the next 7 days, but if you don't start talking football by
it's
next
Yeah.
Wednesday, you're going to be in some.
It's going to
hot
be
water.
rough, yeah.
That would be rough. Yeah, when the
I don't know. It'd be risky, but maybe it would be super popular.
something tells me Oregon, Ohio State, and we're talking about robot hookers. They may not fly.
What
By
about
the way, Francisco Alvarez hit the walk-off because I just watched it again.
what about robot hookers going to the Ohio State Oregon game?
Now I like it. Now we're tying it in locally.
Yeah.
I think robot hookers would do well at a big-time college football game.
Would imagine they would.
Yeah.
I don't think there's probably a lot of places they wouldn't do well. Maybe
no,
church.
but that is well.
Are you
Hey.
kidding? They do great at church.
I think because that's
I mean, not during services or anything, but
Yeah, like
the
after
church population
hours.
likes to get down too. They just like to
Yeah.
keep secret.
like a church picnic sort of thing. Yeah. Oh, believe me, there's weird stuff going down in church parking lots.
All right. Well, we're ready to roll. Get started with our program. Big poll question is coming up next. It's not sports.
Ooh. So it's a little preview for tomorrow.
The next 2 days, yeah. Non-sports, bro.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Well, what if someone says they want Drake May talk for at least 2 hours tomorrow?
Well, they're not getting it.
Damn it.
Drake May. Who cares about Drake May?
Hey, he looked pretty good this
Yeah,
weekend,
yeah.
or at least some are saying
Pretty
that.
good.
I didn't watch a snap.
Hey.
That's not my bailiwick.
I read an article today saying that the conversation around him has changed.
Ooh,
Mm.
going to be a real competition with Jacoby Brissett. Is that who the other quarterback is there?
It is. That and Zappy.
I hate the preseason so much.
I know you do. Just get on board and bet the Ravens with us. It's great.
All right, so we'll get the poll question in next, and then our NFL shish kebab on the fan. All right, poll question time. It's on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday we asked you we asked you who will be the biggest disaster as QB1. And Daniel Jones won that.
Yeah, that dude is getting dragged.
50% said Daniel Jones.
So hard right now.
30% said Russell Wilson. Only 11% said Sam Darnold. And then 9% Will Levis.
No one, and I mean no one, including Daniel Jones at this point, thinks Daniel Jones is any good. That dude is broken.
Is Will Levis any good? Is Sam Darnold any good?
Well, you know my feelings on Sam Darnold.
Is Russell Wilson any good?
The answer to any of those questions is no. The only one that I would say that the verdict would still be out on is Levis. I think there's some people that think that he's shown enough, not the world's biggest Levis guy, but I also don't think he has a ton around him. I don't think they did him any favors. But of those people, if you say one of those becomes a franchise quarterback, I think the only one that even has a shot is Levis.
Is it because of the mayonnaise perfume?
Clearly.
Okay.
Well, again, there's something to.
Well, he's pretty put together, isn't he?
Well, he's absolutely jacked.
And now he smells like mayonnaise.
And he was a high pick, and again, we haven't seen him flame out. Like the idea that Sam Darnold is going to have a bounce back after multiple flameouts. Again, we've gone through this. There just isn't many examples of this. I mean, Geno Smith, but again, I don't know if Geno Smith's not a franchise quarterback, but just like Geno Smith and guys like that, Alex Smith, like that is the bar. Like there just aren't many of those. So the idea that Sam Darnold's going to be that guy, no. The idea that someone after that many years of being washed comes back, I guess you got Kurt Warner. That happened, so you could say that's a bar, which is a very high one. I'm not going to say that Russell Wilson is Kurt Warner. And then Daniel Jones just was never any good. He just isn't. So that's.
Would you rather have Gardner Minshew
than Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
Boy, that's a good question.
I would. He seems like more of a gamer to me.
Yeah, I mean, how about this? I think they're very similar players. So, I mean, would you rather have him? I guess I would still say Daniel Jones just because the physical tools are better, but I think they're essentially the same player. They're bridge starters, backups. I mean, that's what they are. It's just that Daniel Jones, if Daniel Jones had come from where Gardner Minshew did, we wouldn't view him the same way. But we talk about this all the time. I call it draft bias. Sam Darnold has massive draft bias. If Sam Darnold were drafted in the back half of the first round or in the start of the second round, no one would talk about Sam Darnold like this. If Brock Purdy was drafted where Sam Darnold was, we wouldn't talk about Brock Purdy the way we do. We have draft bias. So unfortunately for Daniel Jones, he has draft bias, and it's not the good kind. Like it's, So Gardner Minshew and him, you're kind of dealing with the same player there. Both athletic guys. I think I'd probably take Daniel Jones just because he is an athletic guy, can run around and make plays. But, I see why someone would go with Gardner.
Well, I was looking at the Pro Football Focus list of the 2024 starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And they rank them.
Yeah, where's...
Well, they actually have Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix last.
All right. Well, again, you haven't seen Nix play.
And Stidham's terrible.
Exactly.
But then 31st is Sam Darnold, J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
30th is Minshew O'Connell.
Yeah.
And 29 is Daniel Jones.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? Like,
and then Will Levis, 28.
If I told you were eating a turn sandwich, but one of them had peanuts and one of them had corn, would it...
A turn sandwich?
Turd sandwich.
Oh, turd. one has peanuts, one has corn. Well, I'm going peanuts.
Are you going peanuts?
Well, yeah.
You like the crunchiness?
Well, no, I just think that would add more flavor to the really bad taste of the turd.
Well,
am I wrong?
I hate to tell you this, but it's still a turd sandwich. And
well,
that's
I
when,
understand that.
when
but
you're picking...
you gave me two
right.
choices. It was a corn turd sandwich or a peanut turd sandwich, and I think the peanut would be better for the turd.
So the peanut...
God, it's corn!
Then in
He poops corn!
And then in this situation, Daniel Jones would be a turd peanut sandwich, as opposed to Gardner Minshew, that I think is a turd corn sandwich.
Raises a question.
Yeah.
Best food to add to a turd sandwich that would help, like, if you had to choke it down, like, what are you throwing in there?
You got to go.
You got to go something really strong and pungent.
Hot sauce to mask the flavor.
I know this is going to be weird, but I'm going to go kimchi.
Oh,
you ever had
the fermentation kind of takes
If you ever
everything else
had
away?
like a really strong, because we make a lot of with the Korean, my kids.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
We make a lot of kimchi at our house, and sometimes my daughter Oren will whip up a batch that is like, it'll knock you on your ass. So I'm just thinking that is very, very strong, and if something can hide the flavor of the turd, I think maybe a really strong kimchi.
Kimchi.
Yeah.
What about a good mac and cheese?
I think that turd's going to overwhelm that. Now, the only thing you could do is if you did like a stinky cheese, you did like a really strong,
Yeah.
aged, I don't know, like what's the stinkiest of cheese? I mean, the bluest of the blue cheese. You'd have to go with a really pungent, because that's the key. But like normal American mac and cheese, that turd's going to overwhelm that mac and cheese like you wouldn't believe.
I mean, I think it's going to overwhelm a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's a turd.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to.
Now you got to go. The key is pungent. You got to go with something very strong. Yeah, someone say like mayo. Come on, you think mayo's cutting through that?
Mayo?
You're not dressing a regular
Gross.
sandwich. You're
That's
hiding
how-
poop.
Dude, that's how to make a crap sandwich worse. Add mayo.
Yeah, that's no.
What
good.
is that? Be better than that.
Yeah, someone say like a Limburger cheese. There you go.
Okay.
Like a Limburger mac and cheese. You
Like
might,
a truffle cheese.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. You got it.
Ooh, truffle crap sandwich?
Truffle's can
That
be
sounds
so overwhelming.
delightful.
Throw some breadcrumbs on
For a
top of
second, I
that.
thought you said truffle crab sandwich. I'm like, that does sound good.
Wait, no.
No, crap.
Yeah. S sandwich, a truffle S sandwich. All fancy.
Caviar.
Vancouver Vortex line. Comcast would have loved this turd sandwich, Seggy. Hey, it's sports.
Well, we are on CW right
Yeah.
now.
Hey, we're talking sports, CW.
What
You
about
want-
wasabi? What if you just throw a bunch of wasabi on
That's
it?
probably, yeah.
Right?
Something like that.
Because doesn't that like just
Oh, it just,
I mean, it just kills your-
it burns your.
That was
yeah.
my thought with hot sauce initially.
Yeah.
You want something that just makes it so you don't taste any turd.
Well, have you ever, do you watch Hot Ones at all?
hot
I've seen
ones?
clips, but I don't watch
I
it.
love that show. It's just like
Never
where they.
heard of it.
No, they.
It's a viral sensation.
Yeah, it's a viral sensation. It's on YouTube. They've run it on Hulu. I mean, they have like the biggest stars in the world. You name it, they've been on there.
It's a guy interviewing famous people while they're eating
Hot
chicken
wings.
wings as the sauces get
So there's
progressively
10
hotter.
wings, and you go all the way up. And the 8th one is the bad one. Believe it or not, the 8th one is the worst. You would think, and it bothers me, that the 10th one is not the worst one. But there's an 8th one called the bomb. And supposedly, it just tastes like battery acid, and it just melts people's face. And so
Cool.
maybe if you had a turd sandwich, maybe the correct response to this is da bomb sauce. You sprinkle that on your turd sandwich and you ain't tasting anything. Your senses will be on fire, but you're not going to taste the turd.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
People got
Very
real
interesting.
fired up when Sydney Sweeney was on the show last summer.
Yeah. Although, can I say this real quick? I know you don't watch it, but this is a pet peeve of mine when it comes to the cowards that do this show. Eat the wing. I was watching one with Lenny Kravitz the other day. That son of a bitch took the world's smallest bite.
That's
and it
not surprising that
it
he's not going to take down the whole
pisses
wing.
me off when you get celebrities in there and then they take the world's smallest bite and they're like, "Oh, this isn't that bad." Eat it. You don't get to take one little nibble of a bite.
They've done 339 episodes. The last one with Ariana Grande.
Wow.
Yeah, she was another one that was. By the way, she handled it really well. But same thing, like not even a bite. It was the definition of a hummingbird nibble. It's ridiculous. You know who picked the wing clean? Dave Grohl.
Yeah, of course.
The entire thing.
See, I would think I'm disappointed in Lenny Kravitz. Like, who'd
Oh.
you say? Ariana Grande?
Yes.
Yeah, that I get.
Yeah.
But Lenny Kravitz, come on, dude.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be cool.
It was not cool.
Your leather
was-
pants are undone.
And he was the whole deal. The whole he was full rock starred out, but
Well,
he
yeah.
took these
He always is.
little weenie bites.
Have you ever seen Lenny Kravitz not rock starred out?
No, it doesn't exist. I told you one of the great moments I've seen was I was at the Horde Festival 20 plus years ago, and Lenny Kravitz was he was like the second to last act. And Lenny was like 35 minutes late, and the crowd was like chanting Lenny, nothing. They roll out Lenny Kravitz onto the stage, leather pants undone, by the way, and let's just say you saw some stuff.
Yeah.
Lenny is not. Lenny was not well groomed. If you get my drift, I'm like, holy cow, Lenny! It was like
I've never seen so much dong in my life.
it's like a chia pet down
Yeah.
there. Leather pants,
He's a hippie.
leather pants half undone,
Isachi.
no shirt, sunglasses, no shoes, and he comes rolling out there and he goes, "Oh, sorry, I'm late. I was tied up," and then he just launches into like a face melting guitar riff, and then proceed to kick our ass for like 45 minutes. I was like, holy cow, that guy's cool.
Yeah, he's
You want to
awesome.
ride this jock? Let's go. Yeah, he was probably caught up with, my guess was something. something in the back.
Like, do you think he even wakes up in the morning like that? Like,
Yeah,
he's just cool.
is cool.
He doesn't like roll out of bed with tighty whities and
No.
like a face
That
mask.
guy
sleeps in leather.
hasn't worn underwear in like 40 years.
Yeah.
And he's like
I
a
picture him if he's at home, he's naked.
Yes. And he's like a vampire. He's like 58 and he's in the most ridiculous shape. He hasn't aged one.
Is that dude married?
He was, and then he liked
I know
he
what.
liked the other ladies.
Oh.
He's married to Lisa Bonet.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then
And
he-
she's with
Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
Yeah, I think they split up too.
Wow.
Turns out when you're a really good looking guy like Jason Momoa and Lenny Kravitz, I think you have a hard time with the one woman thing.
Here, one of our listeners thinks that this segment will be analyzed in philosophy classes until the end of time.
The turd sandwich.
Yeah. What do
Yeah.
you add to a turd sandwich
Yeah.
so that you can
No, you're
choke
calling it
down?
a turn sandwich.
I know. What is that? So that you can choke it down.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, that kimchi poll by you, that's pretty good.
Yeah. There's times.
That's
that,
pretty good.
You know, yes.
Because you could mix the turd in there
In
and
there.
really not even.
I'm guessing you might not be fully aware.
Yeah.
With a strong enough kimchi.
Yeah. That's really good. It's tough to beat.
There you go.
Powerful.
Apparently, Lenny
Powerful.
Kravitz is celibate.
What?
That's May 30th, 2024.
That makes two of us.
He's been celibate for 9 years.
I don't believe that for one.
Hold on, I
second.
need to look into this.
Lenny has models parachuting onto his roof, and he's just beating them off with a stick. I don't buy it.
Okay, well, that leads us to today's poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. What is the most condescending term to call your fellow man?
Oh.
Is it guy, buddy, chief, or pal? Vote and vote hard.
Those are all pretty bad.
They're all terrible. I thought about bro, but I think bro is
Bro's a little more
less
universal.
condescending than
Yeah.
those four.
Yeah, it's pal.
So I'm very interested to see what wins here.
It's pal.
It's pal.
Don't pal me.
Don't chief me.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Chief's rough too.
I'd rather you chief me than pal me. Pal, you are not my pal.
Hey, guy.
I'd rather go buddy. I'd rather like I don't know.
I'm not your buddy.
I feel like pal. You say pal, I hear F you. That's what I hear.
Yes.
That's what I hear.
You're pulling the trigger if you
Yeah,
use
pal.
pal.
Pal is said with malice.
That's the
Yes.
first shot fired.
Yeah.
Yes. Chief is said with like I feel like when somebody says how you doing, chief?
Yeah.
It's kind of like pal, but I don't think with as much
Yeah.
negativity.
Pal's got some stank on it.
Buddy is probably just somebody trying to be like
Yeah.
just they're too cool to learn your name,
Yeah, I don't
so
mind buddy.
they're just gonna call you buddy.
I'm fine with buddy.
And they call everybody buddy. Those guys are all
But
into
it's how you
themselves.
say buddy. Because you can say buddy in a way that is not very buddy.
I got a friend of mine that buddies everybody. It's his go-to.
and that can be
Everybody's
very
buddy.
nice, but it's
Yeah.
like, hey, buddy, that's
Yeah.
not the same thing.
Danny is a buddy guy.
Yeah.
Danny Moran.
Oh, yeah. He said, what's up, buddy?
Yeah. Yeah, he
Buddy.
does. He buddies. And I don't mind the buddy.
But I think it's one thing if you know the person's name and you call them buddy.
Yeah.
It's another if you don't know their name and you call them buddy.
Sure. I don't know why, but it's the moment you read those, it just jumped off the poll at me was pal. Don't pal me.
Well, right now, let's get a little update. Looks like Chief is winning,
Yeah, I can see
followed
that.
by Guy, then Pal, and Buddy is last.
Yeah. People like, buddies shouldn't be included.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Don't call me Buddy.
I'm not your buddy.
Yeah,
I'm
someone's
not
like,
your buddy. Learn my name. Thank you. I'd rather be broed than buddied.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
What's up, brosif?
Or brew. Or bra.
Bruh.
Bruh.
What's your problem, bud?
That's tomorrow's poll. What's the best? Is it bro, brew, bra, or bruh?
Or bruh.
I like a bra. What's up, bra?
What about dude?
Yeah, I'll take dude.
Dude's not.
Yeah, no, dude's fine. The dude abides.
All right, our NFL shish kebab is next, followed by hardball halibut. Here's Buck. It's time to talk sport. It is time for the NFL shish kebab, it says in my notes. Did you see that Jaden Daniels is the starting quarterback for your Commanders?
I did.
We call them here the Commies.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully that's changing. It sounds like the owner doesn't want to be the Commanders. And the NFL normally doesn't let you, make that many changes, but they may, because he didn't have a say in the name. They may let him, and I hope they do.
Well, right now they're the Commies.
Yes.
The Commanders.
Stupid.
And Jaden Daniels, I was reading, will be the 8th straight Week 1 starting quarterback for Washington.
Yeah, it's not good.
8th straight.
Yep. It's really quite sad.
How many can you name?
So I'm guessing Cousins was the last repeat one, right?
Yes.
You're like, yes.
Well, he's on the list, and he's
You
last.
like that? You like that?
Well, it has to be.
He's last on the list, which means he probably started.
Yeah, because
obviously,
this whole thing started when they wouldn't give him an extension, so they just kept having him do the stupid.
Well, let's see if you can go in order then,
Okay,
because it does go back to Cousins.
It goes back to Cousins.
Yeah. So who was after Cousins?
I'm trying to think of who would have been after old Cousins, because I remember if you go all the way back, I remember like Jason Campbell they drafted, but that would have been before.
No, that's not in order.
That would have been before Cousins.
This is 8 straight new starting quarterbacks in Week 1.
Okay, well then I'm guessing it would go back then not to Cousins, it would go back to RG3.
No, it goes back to Cousins. I just told you that.
I saw a list that it was like 36 over the last 33 years.
Oh yeah,
they
there's
had.
probably a lot
Like
of
guys that
them.
have started, but
And,
Oh,
well,
because Cousins would have started multiple years.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Because it went from RG3 to Cousins, and then they probably went to.
You don't have to do it in order.
Okay.
Just who else can you remember?
Well, Alex Smith was there.
Yep, he was after Cousins for 1 year.
He was there. You would have had. He just retired. Did Colt McCoy ever start?
No,
Okay, so he was in Washington.
but you're close.
But he didn't start.
A guy like him.
Okay, a guy like him. I'm trying to think who else was there.
Colt, Colt.
Oh, Case Keenum was there.
Case Keenum. He was after Alex Smith.
Fitzpatrick was there.
Yep.
Um,
There was one in between Keenum and Fitzpatrick.
Hal would have come after that, right?
He is no longer with us, this man.
He's no longer with us.
Dwayne Haskins.
That's
I
right.
forgot about Dwayne Haskins.
Yes.
Yeah, because it was a high pick.
yeah.
Well, Sam Howell that's not in
Yeah,
order, but
yeah.
Howell would have been there.
He was last year. You're only missing one. And he's a big name, I guess.
He's a big name.
Well,
is he still in the league?
Not really, but I think so. Maybe.
Is it
I don't
Carson
know.
Wentz?
Carson Wentz. That's it. Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz.
So there you go.
I don't think he's around.
Well, didn't we just talk about him the other day?
He's backing up Mahomes in KC.
Oh,
He is?
I'm pretty sure.
What? I don't think that's right.
Carson, really?
Let's check
I
the
need to-
interwebs.
I'm going to call Andy Reid.
That would be correct. He is the
He
backup of the
is?
Kansas City
Damn.
Chiefs.
Carson Wentz. You know what? I do remember that because
Dude.
when you watch the clip of Mahomes throwing the stupid behind the back pass,
They cut to him on the
they
sideline
cut to
or
his
whatever.
big dumb head on the sidelines, like
Is he
loving
going to
life.
win a Super Bowl? Is Carson Wentz going to win a Super Bowl?
I doubt they're going to win 3 in a row. I mean, there's so much that has to go right, but
Well, he could be there next
he
year.
already
too.
won a Super Bowl. He won one in Philly.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
He could be 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterback.
I kind of view
Carson
him.
Wentz.
Maybe he can pull a Nick Foles, like bring it full circle, and Patrick Mahomes goes down,
Goes
and
down.
he comes in, and Mahomes is playing like an MVP. He gets hurt.
You know what? That would actually
Bring it full circle.
For all accounts, I don't think Wentz is a bad guy. I kind of feel bad that
I don't know that he is or isn't.
that thing just kind of spiraled out of control.
Wasn't there a thing about him that he was pretty tough to get along with? And
I think he's super religious. I think he's pretty.
What?
Yeah.
He's very religious and he was very anti-vax, which rubbed a lot of people the wrong
wasn't
way.
that Kirk Cousins?
That too?
Cousins is super religious, but Cousins sounds like there's 2 different types of super religious guys, and believe me, having gone to BYU and been around people, there's super religious guy that rubs everyone the wrong way, and there's super religious guy that understands that it's not for everybody, and he kind of becomes a little bit. I'm not gonna say like a punchline, but he becomes like a little mascot. And Cousins is that way, like Cousins with the chains, and he knows that he's a religious nerd, and he just kind of blends in, and he has a good sense of humor about it, and he doesn't push on anyone. I think that's different than super religious guy that's a bite in the ass about it.
Okay, well, the 8th straight Week 1 QB1 for the Commies is Jaden Daniels. It went Sam Howell, Carson Wentz, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Dwayne Haskins, Case Keenum, Alex Smith,
Yeah,
and Kirk Cousins.
that's not good.
So now this
Although
leads
Cousins
us
had good years there.
to the next question. Who has the worst quarterback history? And I have a list here. StatMuse did a list of, and this is just the last 20 years,
Yeah,
but it's by team worst quarterback rating.
be Lions or Bears, possibly the Browns.
So we'll get to that next on The Fan. Well, we are knee-deep in the NFL shish kebab. So, Ryan Buckley, who is our producer, just blew my mind. I don't know if you heard that.
I did.
Did you catch that?
The curse of the left field or whatever.
Did you know that?
I'd heard. I think you know what. I don't know if me and Buckley had talked about this. I've heard Buckley talk about this.
It's probably come up before because it
yeah.
comes up every year on opening day, for at least for Giants fans.
Yeah, see, I had not heard this. This is amazing. So Buckley, being a Giants fan, he said that because we were talking about the Commanders, Jaden Daniels is their 8th straight Week 1 QB1.
Yeah.
That is nothing compared to the San Francisco Giants of baseball, who have had a different starting left fielder every season since Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
That's unbelievable.
You would think in a position like that, you would have found someone.
For
and by
2
the way,
years in a row?
you've won World Series.
Yeah.
Multiples.
3 of them.
And so Bonds retired what year?
07 was his last year.
Oh, my God. So 17 years. Wait.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, it's from 2007 to
years.
2024.
And I,
A different left fielder.
You told me this, and I was racking my brain.
Pretty forgettable.
Yes, I can't think of anyone to name. Like Hunter Pence came up, but I think
that's one of them.
Yeah.
2018.
Okay, so I thought he played center.
He did play some center field, but he also played there.
Did Mutton Chop Yaz? Did he mount it out there? Did Yastrzemski?
Yaz has not played left there on opening day. He may have some point in time, but he plays a lot of center and right field for them.
I mean, I can't. Was there anybody good?
One of them is managing an MLB team right now.
Really?
Did
Gabe Kapler.
Kaplan? Or
Nope, not Gabe Kapler.
Kapler.
Miller Kaplan.
Kaplan, I think that's
2008
entirely
following
different
Bonds
person.
was Dave Roberts.
The Dodgers, Dave Roberts?
That's the one.
You're right there out of town.
Then it was Fred Lewis, which I don't expect you to
Never
get.
heard of him.
Did that douche canoe? Who's the super like the troll, the internet guy?
Yep. Yep.
The internet guy?
Yeah, he's a misogynistic. Why can't I think of his
Aubrey
name?
Huff.
Aubrey
That's
Huff.
one. 2012.
Have you seen that guy like on? I mean,
It's something.
he's bad.
You've got after Fred Lewis was Mark DeRosa,
Okay.
followed by Pat Burrell.
Pat Burrell.
Yeah, Pat the Bat.
Okay.
And then Aubrey Huff. Then you had Andres Torres, Michael Morse, who famously got concussed in a brawl between Hunter Strickland and Bryce Harper and never played again.
Former Mariner.
Nori Aoki, 2015.
Okay.
Jarrett Parker. I don't think he's still playing in the
No idea who
bigs.
that
Never heard of him.
Hunter Pence, 2018. Connor Joe, now with the Pirates in
Yeah.
2019. Alex Dickerson,
By the way,
2020.
if you told me Connor Joe, I would think you're making that name up. Like, who plays left field for us? Connor Joe. I'm like, shouldn't it be Joe? You're just making names up.
I have a fun fact about Connor Joe. Actually, it's not a fun fact. I know.
Connor Joe.
Have you seen his hair?
No.
It's great.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Is he Korean? Is that what
Yes.
he is? He's got long, straight black hair.
He's got.
His name's Connor Joe, and he's Korean.
He's
That's right.
Korean, and he's got like Johnny Damon hair.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a good call.
And every once in a while, he can hit.
Boy, I'll tell you what. You put a lineup of 100 Major League Baseball players and tell me which one is Connor Joe. That's the last dude I'm picking to be Connor Joe.
And then rounding it out, you have Austin Slater, Jock Peterson, Blake Sable last year, and Oregon State Beaver Michael Conforto this year.
I'll be damned.
My God.
It's a hell of a run right there.
That is a
No, it's not.
terrible
It's
list.
just the opposite of a hell of a run.
It really is.
Jeez Louise.
I probably should have gotten Jock Peterson, but outside of that,
Not a lot
I
to remember
mean,
there.
no.
No, it's very forgettable.
So who has the worst quarterback history? I think most people think it's the Browns.
I would go Browns, Bears. The Lions jumped out at me, but as someone correctly pointed out, Matthew Stafford wrecks that.
Yeah.
Followed by Goff, who's been pretty good.
Yeah, so they've had a good run
Jets
here.
are sneaky bad.
Jets are sneaky bad, but they had Sanchez for a bit. Vinny wasn't that bad. I would say
Sanchez sucked.
the Browns have been bad forever, and honestly, it might be the Bears because I mean,
Oh yeah.
Jay Cutler. I guess you not. I think Jay Cutler might be their best quarterback like ever. You know, everyone brings up Jim McMahon because he won a Super Bowl. Jim McMahon was not good. Like he was hurt all the time. He does not have great numbers. He just was like iconic because he had the glasses and they won a Super Bowl. But their quarterback history is dreadful.
I feel like for my entire life, their quarterback has been bad.
Yeah, it just is.
So for this is from StatMuse. They have compiled the list. It is the combined quarterback rating of every quarterback for each team between August 20th of 2004
Okay.
to August 20th of 2024. So the last 20 years,
Okay.
we have the quarterback rating for every team.
I'm just trying to think of anyone else that would have been that inept because like
There is one. Okay,
one
so
we're missing.
well, of all of the okay, so I'll just tell you that number one worst with a quarterback rating of 75.8. It is indeed the Cleveland Browns.
Because we've done this before. We've gone through off the top of our head and named Cleveland quarterbacks, and
It's terrible.
it's putrid.
Number two is the Jets,
Yeah. Okay.
and number three is the Bears.
All right. So we were
So we're pretty close. But then the fourth team we have not mentioned
14. We haven't mentioned
because we
huh?
mentioned the Commies, and they're 14th. Like they're in the middle of the pack.
Yeah. Because like I said, they've had some decent ones.
They're
Oh,
right in between the Ravens and the Niners. Believe it or not.
Okay. So let's just go. So you 20 years. I'm scrolling through. I'm trying to think of who just who's been dreadful.
Sneaky bad.
Sneaky bad. So I
Because you
don't-
probably wouldn't think of them.
yeah, I'm looking at the teams and trying to like.
A lot
see,
of people guessing the Raiders. They're 7th, 82 QBR.
Yeah, I thought about that. What about like?
Seahawks, if you're wondering, are
What about the Buccaneers?
where are the Seahawks?
Buccaneers?
Tampa's 17th. Where is Seattle? I don't see Seattle on here. Did they even?
Well, they got Hasselback, and they've been all right.
Yeah, but they're not on the list.
No, they just disappeared.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so this is behind F. Well, you have to pay to unlock
Yeah.
the rest of the list. I have the top 20.
or the
Foiled
Dolph-
again by the paywall.
Are the Dolphins sneaky bad? Because you take out Tua, and
they're
can't-
9th.
I was gonna say I can't think of many good QBs
Did you say the
there.
Cardinals?
Cardinals are 6th.
Okay.
They aren't very good. 4 is the Panthers.
Oh,
Okay,
that
yeah.
The
makes
Carolina Panthers,
That's
followed
a-
by
that-
the Jags.
That is a little weird though, because Cam was good there for a decade.
So this only
Maybe
goes
the
to
rating wasn't that good, but I mean Cam was an MVP.
this only goes to 25.
Yeah.
So the Seahawks, believe it or not, are then in the top what would that be? 7?
Yeah.
Of,
32 teams.
Top 7 of the
Well, you had Russ
last
for all
20.
those years. You
Yeah.
had Hasselback.
Russ. Yeah,
You know, I mean,
Russ
come on.
brings it up. His
Yeah, he
QBR
does.
was really
It was
good.
really good. So I'm surprised Carolina, because they had Delhomme, who was good, and took him to a Super Bowl, and then Cam. I'm surprised. I don't think I would have thrown out Carolina. I would have said more like Buffalo, because outside of Josh Allen, Buffalo for years hasn't done anything. Because you said in the last 20 years, you take out Jim Kelly, because Buffalo.
10th.
Yeah, because Buffalo's had the Rob Johnsons of the world and the Patrick Ramseys and the JP. Remember, was it JP Lossmans?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were in quarterback purgatory before Josh Allen came along.
All right, we got to move on to hardball halibut. That pertains to baseball. If you don't know what hardball is.
You're not familiar with what is
Well-
this hardball and halibut? Maybe thought it was Jim Harbaugh's favorite.
Yeah, it's where the hard
Yeah.
dudes are. Just exactly how have the Mariners blown this?
A 15-game swing.
That's next on the Fan.
I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Week 0 is fast approaching, but the BetQL model also has plenty of analysis on tap for a full slate of college football action in Week 1. BetQL loves Indiana laying a big number at home against FIU. BetQL has IU minus 20.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the book.
right. Welcome back. Pleased to have you along. Join us tomorrow. We'll be at 10 Barrel Brewing for the Club at the Pub, celebrating pub beer. New Club 1080 sponsor.
It's about time that we got an alcohol sponsor.
Yeah, no
For
kidding.
heaven's sakes.
And we got an In the News sponsor coming soon, too.
I know.
Things are looking up.
Look at us.
Saving our jobs.
Who'd have thought we'd be here, huh?
We were
Nobody.
on, not me.
Not me.
We were on the
Gotta keep
chopping block.
living, man. L-I-V-I-N.
That's right.
Look at that. Ryan Cooley comes back from vacation. All of a sudden, things get sold.
Yeah, we got commercials. In the News is getting sold. We got beer. Let's go.
We got our,
Fire away, big boy.
you know what else we got? We got our Ducks tickets today, finally.
Oh,
Cutting it a little close this year.
yeah. It's under the wire. Trying to get to that big Idaho game, are you?
No.
No, you're not going down to the,
But,
the
you know,
season opener?
Ryan Cooley, he somehow conveniently is in charge of all the tickets.
Yeah.
And so he disseminates them to who,
Yeah, who he feels.
who requests, who, clients, different things.
Yeah.
And he said, they're putting him under the gun here
Oh, I would assume so.
a couple weeks out.
Well, there is that, and there's a game coming up in just a few weeks.
11
that
days?
might be. No one cares about that.
No, no.
I'm talking about that other game.
The Maryland game?
I mean, no offense. I'll bet you could go down to the Idaho game and get in for $4. If you walked in with 4 $1 bills and you started walking around Autzen, I'll tell you what, I think you get in.
I bet you don't.
For $4?
$4, I bet you don't.
I bet you do. If you started walking around tailgates and you had some beers, you got 4 crisp dollars, I'll bet you
Well,
find
now
some-
you're paying in beers and cash, so you're moving the
No,
goalposts.
no, I'm just saying you're walking around with beers, you're having some beverages, you're cruising around some tailgates, and you start doing you got to pull one of these right here. Yeah, I saw it come down, I don't have a ticket or whatever, just coming down. I'll bet you get this right here at a tailgate. You know what? We got an extra one. You want to come in, sit with us? You're like, yeah, why not?
It's possible. It's
Yeah.
possible.
No, that thing, that is going to be, if you're lucky, that thing will be 3/4 full and half of those will be freebies.
I don't know if you've seen their home games, but that Ohio State game, Washington game obviously would be big.
Yeah.
That's Thanksgiving weekend. But outside of that, have you seen their home schedule?
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
I think it's Idaho, Boise, Maryland, Illinois,
By the way, someone's
and
in
then Ohio State and Washington.
Vancouver Ford text line. Hell yeah, I'm going to the Idaho game. Front row tickets, $30.
Yeah, but you said 4.
Yeah, you said 4.
That's
bitch.
front row, bitch. You're telling me front row for 30? I'm not getting in for $4?
I said I didn't think so.
I kind of want to see this now.
Go.
I'm
I
not
dare
going.
ya.
I'm not going down because,
Do the bit.
but
Commit to the bit.
I need someone to go down for me with crisp. If you're a known person, I bet you, Rob, you could go down and you could get into any game.
Well, yeah, that's not
Why?
that's
Well,
not
'cause
just the
people love
average
Versace.
Joe.
I drop my name and then just get in?
People want Versace.
I don't think that's
City,
how this
but
works.
That's how that works.
Isachi.
Yeah. But
Well,
the,
I'm not going.
the average dude, yeah, $4. You bring the 5th. I don't think you need it. I think you.
If you're giving people liquor, you're giving them more than $4.
But you're not. I'm just saying, bring some beers around so it doesn't look like you're freeloading at any sort of tailgate.
Which is exactly what you're doing.
Pretty much.
All right. Well, anyway, hardball halibut here.
It's because I got 4. I'm not going so someone can have them. Exactly. Right.
You may have
there.
a point. You may have a point.
Michigan State is also a home game. Jonathan Smith.
Well, that'll be. There'll be some people. Well, I don't know.
Nah.
I think the pregame press conference will be more exciting than the game itself.
And that's the week before Ohio State.
A Duck fan won't care about that. The kids aren't in school. Boy, that Idaho game is it's gonna be a raucous environment.
All right. Yeah, the Mariners, boy,
Yeah, it's bad.
it's tough. They got shut out again last night. They were 10 games up in the AL West,
Yep.
and they are now out of wild card position.
Yeah.
And according to Ryan Buckley, who is our esteemed producer, since June 18, the Seattle Mariners, with the best pitching staff, or at least rotation, they have the second worst record in all of baseball.
Yep.
Since June 18th.
Yeah.
The only team worse is the White Sox.
And that's saying something because the White Sox are a historically bad team.
And
It's
during that
unbelievable.
stretch, they had the second longest losing streak of all time.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
And the Astros, you know what sucks is that the Astros, the cheating-ass Astros, they have had some serious injuries.
yes, their entire pitching staff has just been
Everything.
decimated
Yes.
this year.
And Kyle Tucker's been out forever. And Bregman's hurt now. But they've still managed since May 9th. Their record is 55-32.
Yep.
Explain that.
Killing it. I don't know.
How do you explain that?
A 15-game swing like that? Well, I mean, last night, right? You're pitching a gem if you're the M's, and you give up, 3 runs. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the Astros are playing the Red Sox, and they're losing all game, and yet they end up walking out. It's just the way it is. So,
Stupid.
I mean, it's just timely hitting. I don't know how to – there's just – you can't have this offense year in and year out and expect to win. You just can't. I don't care how good your pitching is. You can't hit like the Mariners. I got struck out 10 more times last night. The question becomes like when we talk about offensive futility, like where do the Mariners rank? I mean, this thing like year in and year out, how many years in a row do you have to keep getting kicked by the same horse in the nuts before you do something about it?
Is it weird to you to note that they are not the worst team in the league in scoring this year?
Well, is that the White Sox?
Well, they're 26th.
They're 26.
Yeah, they're not even
but
last.
Is there any other team that is anywhere near them that is supposedly a contending team? Like who's below?
You mean in runs?
Yeah, in
scored?
runs.
Well, let's take a look. They were 12th last year in runs.
Mm-hmm.
This year they're 26th.
Yeah. So it got worse. Even though
Way worse.
DePoto tried to claim that this was the best lineup that he had run out there and that he had thought he had done enough in the offseason.
Well,
and clearly he has not.
The other thing is that Julio Rodriguez has been awful.
Yes.
Well, actually, awful. He's hitting like 260, which is 50 points higher than any other damn Mariner.
Yeah, their team average is 215. It's worst in baseball.
And
yeah, their batting average is lowest in baseball.
And did they? I believe they strike out more than any team in baseball.
Yes,
Am I wrong?
That's
they
also
do.
accurate.
So
in runs scored, they are 26th. The 3 teams worse are the Rays, Marlins, and White Sox. And believe it or not, the Rays have a winning record.
Yeah.
I think slightly.
Well, and some of that too is the fact that you do have like with Raleigh, he hits 210, but he thumps. So at least you have a guy in that can bring across some runs.
But 2 guys last year for your offense, their combined WAR was 10.4. I'm talking about Julio Rodriguez and J.P. Crawford. Yeah. Their combined WAR last year was 10.4. This year it's 3.6. Yeah. And those two guys are doing nothing. So the rest of your lineup, I mean, already sucked.
Yeah.
Except for Raleigh, occasionally.
Well, no. I mean, Raleigh's good. He just doesn't hit for average. I mean, he's their best stick, and it's not even close.
Yeah, he is, but he's not. He's not great, dude. They need Julio to do Julio things, and he just is not.
No. I'm looking here to see because I remember about halfway, through the year. What is do you know what Julio's stat line is?
He's like 260, maybe 10 or 11 home runs, 30 some RBI. He's been hurt.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that Kelnick is hitting 240 with 13 and 39 down in Atlanta.
So that's basically what Julio's done.
Yeah.
This year.
So
that's bad.
That's bad. So it's a historic mess.
Bad.
And then you throw on top of it, every time DePoto opens his mouth, from the 54% to the not doing anything at the trade deadline, although you did do things at the trade deadline. I guess I'll give him credit for that. They tried.
Are you out of your mind?
They made an effort.
Yeah. Made a couple moves.
And I guess give him credit because he has assembled the best pitching staff. You got an elite closer. You have the best starting pitching in all of baseball. I mean,
you just can't flip and hit.
You just can't hit. And it is shocking that through all these years, you just haven't been able to find anyone. You just haven't.
Yeah, someone said why the Mariners are so frustratingly fascinating is because as good as their pitching development and analytics are, and they are elite, that is how bad their offensive approach and analytics are.
Yeah.
It's true. Like, why are you so good at finding
one.
pitchers and so bad at finding hitters?
It's like you're Bill Belichick and your pitching staff is defense. And in order to find hitters, you have to find wide receivers, and you just can't do it. You keep drafting, kids out of Arizona State. It's just you can't do it. And if you're a Mariner fan,
Wow.
Does DePoto get fired finally at the end of this year? Is enough? And then this goes back to a larger problem. Do you just have a management that doesn't care? And is he being hamstrung with a budget and saying that he doesn't have the money to go out?
They are pretty cheap.
Maybe he is doing the most with what he can.
Yeah. Well, I think he's smart in that he always he doesn't hamstring him in big contracts.
No.
So that at least in that realm, like a Rosarena, I think maybe has 1 year. I don't know.
I think he's got at least one more year.
Yeah, but they put themselves in a flexible situation at least, so they can pivot.
They're not. I mean, they're 15th, or actually they're
what?
16th in payroll.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm looking at team, but like Kansas City's behind them, Baltimore's behind them, Cleveland's behind them. So you can't just say it's just about money because there are teams that spend less than you that are significantly better. I mean, you're sandwiched in between the Padres and the Rockies. So, it would be nice if they had the ability to go out and pay for a guy, or the ability to go out and make a big addition. I'm trying to think of the last bat. Would that have been Cano?
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't know what it would have
Well,
cost.
they locked up Julio.
Yeah. But I mean, that's homegrown. So I don't know if does that count?
No.
I mean, like I don't know what it would have taken to get him, but Vlad, what would it have gotten? How much would you have had to pay, and what would you have had to give up to go get Vlad Guerrero?
A lot.
Well,
a lot.
Is that? I mean, I guess no one else did either, but I think
you just got to draft. They're not going to go pay for a guy like Vlad.
Doesn't seem like it.
So,
but unfortunately, the last one that they drafted that really hit was Julio, and now we have to ask the question: did it hit? It hit, kinda.
I think he'll be fine. This year is kind of a lost year for him. It seems like he's still struggling with that ankle, but I think eventually. I mean, he's really talented, man.
Yes,
like, he should come around, but who knows? Maybe not.
Yeah, this is bad, and you look at their playoff percentages. I think it's down like in the 20s now. It's below 30% because they're 5 back in the division. I think they're 6. Are they 6 back in the wild card?
I don't know.
It's not.
It's getting away from them.
It's getting away.
They're playing the Dodgers out in L.A. Was reading today. Shohei is close to 40-40. Did you know that?
I didn't. I did not know that.
Yeah, he's about
6.5 out in the wild card.
6.5. So 5 back in the division. 6.5. I mean, it feels like it's
slipping.
It's
slipping. They can't hit.
They can't.
So it's just like
it's not.
There's no chance.
No, unless something dramatic happens, and at this point, you are who you are.
You need Houston to fall apart, probably,
and that's not going to happen. In fact, they're getting healthier.
Yes.
I mean, Verlander's supposed to come back
tomorrow,
and Houston's just been red hot. It's one of the best. Like you mentioned, they're one of the best teams in baseball over the last whatever it is. Since the collapse when they were 10 back and now they're 5 up, and they're only getting healthier. Houston is not falling apart. It's not. So Seattle's done. I mean, there's a lot of baseball left. Was there 7 weeks left? But boy, it sure feels like the fork is in them.
So Shohei is at 39 home runs and 37 steals.
Oh,
so he will, barring an injury, he will become the 6th ever in the 40-40 club.
So Canseco,
he was the first.
I remember that as a kid, that being a big deal. So
Huge
Canseco, A-Rod, right?
A-Rod's one of them. There was one in between Canseco and A-Rod, though.
Bonds.
Yep. So it went Canseco, Bonds, A-Rod.
Who am I missing?
You got 2 more.
I got two more. Recent, or was it a bit ago?
One of them is.
I think we're playing the varsity.
Why am I drawing a... Acuna just did it.
Yep. You're missing one.
Has Trout done it?
No. Never did. Mike Trout.
Trout never. Well, it had to be the steals then, right? Because no one ran back in then. Trout's had 40, right?
He could. Oh, I think he's hit 40 home runs.
Did Cano do it?
Who? Robbie Cano? No.
Is it someone weird like Yelich or something?
A little bit. Well, it's not Yelich, but he's a little off the radar. He was really good.
Ryan Braun, maybe?
No. So I'm looking at.
Why am I thinking of Brewers?
The closest Mike Trout. Bloop, bloop. He went 49-30, 30 home runs, 49 steals in just when he won Rookie of the Year.
Jimmy Rollins never did it, did he? When he was
no,
because he was winning. He won an MVP.
He probably went 30-30 a bunch of times.
He won an MVP. Who else would have been up there?
So Trout, after he had 49 steals his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
He never stole over 33 after that, and he only went over 40 home runs. He has 41 1 year, 45 1 year, and 40 1 year. So he never really
threatened again.
So the guy you're missing is Alfonso Soriano.
Oh gosh,
the great Alfonso Soriano.
We could have been here till next March, and I wasn't coming up with Soriano. And I'll bet you, because he kind of fell apart, and then he turned into like one of those, is he good? And he was kind of a bitch and wouldn't move positions. I'll bet you his numbers when you look him up.
Soriano?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'll bet you his numbers
he was good.
I bet you
could
peak were filthy and you don't realize it.
He was good. So next up for the 40-40 club, J-Rod could get there.
He went 30-30, right?
I believe he did his
Last
rookie
year?
season. Yeah.
Last year I think he
Oh,
was
did he
30-30.
last year?
I think so. Yeah.
Last year was his best year.
I thought I remember him going 30-30.
You could probably get Acuna again. You could maybe get Ohtani.
What about Bobby? What about Bobby Witt?
Bobby Witt? Yeah,
he
that's
runs a little bit, right?
That's a good one. Oh yeah, he can steal bases. Well, let's see what he's at.
And
this
any
year.
of the Oreo bros?
Well, you know who's a good candidate is De La Cruz.
Oh,
I was just going to ask if he could get to 40 home runs, because he could definitely get the bases.
Yeah, he's only at 21 home runs this year.
Yeah, so maybe he certainly. Every time I turn around, that guy's stealing something.
Bobby Witt is 25-25 at the moment.
All right, so you got to wait.
And Julio did go 25-25 his rookie season.
So 25-25,
and then he went 32-37.
And then
11-18 so far this year.
Mm.
How about no? By the way, Buck, I'd just like to point out that I went on SeatGeek.
And you found $3 tickets?
No, but all in, this includes fees, right? I do know that. $7.
Pretty nice.
$7
hey,
right
that's
now.
almost double what you said, though.
Section 26, row 85. I got $7, and that's out. That's getting down. $4 gets me into the Idaho game. I want an apology out of you.
I think you're probably right.
That's right. Got a long way to go. That price. Someone's sitting on 6 tickets right now asking.
Still got to shave off 75%, sir.
I wonder if can I message someone directly on this and be like, look, no one's
I
buying.
can't even go. I'm hosting post game here.
No one's buying that. No one's buying those seats. I'll tell you right now. I'll give you $4 for it. I bet you that guy gives me one.
And that is Hardball Halibut. Hello.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Coming up next,
the Boise State game, by the way, $47 to get in.
Yeah. All right. Who's their coach now? Boise State.
We just did this the other day.
Did we?
We did, because it was Avalos. They fired him, and the interim guy stayed.
Anybody got a name?
God, we just did it, and I've already forgotten it. So no, I don't. I don't have a name.
All right,
Spencer Danielson.
Who is that?
That's why we didn't remember.
Yeah, exactly. We did this like 4 days ago. And we all said the same thing. Who?
Might have been last week.
Yeah.
All right. Up next, is it disrespectful or to be expected? Isaac, that's me. Suk, right over there. The Fan.
It's the Fan.
All right, in the news is coming up next. The sheriff reverses course on jailing violators of the new camping ban. How about that?
Ooh.
Somebody got through to her.
Yeah.
Maybe Tear Gas Teddy sent her a message.
No, that was No Tolls Tina.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe No Toll Tina got to her.
Yeah.
We'll get to that, but this story I wanted to bring up because we talked about this next year, or not next year, but the next Olympics in LA. They are going to add flag football.
Yes.
And we were discussing.
Is that official?
I think so.
Because I know that was being bantered about.
I think so.
It is official.
I think it
Okay.
is, yeah.
All right.
Because this story, when you hear this story, you're like, well,
It would have to be based
Yeah.
on this, yeah.
Okay.
so what's happening now is we were asking this question: will NFL players play
Boy, they sure
for
want
the
to.
U.S. in flag football?
Yeah.
And they do want to. The guys want to.
Oh yeah,
some of the players.
guys won't shut up about it.
But they don't. So there's a guy by the name of Daryl Hoosh-Doucette, and he is the current quarterback of the U.S. flag football team. And he is saying that he thinks it's disrespectful for NFL players to cherry pick spots for the 2028 Olympics because that's what these guys do is play flag football.
Yeah,
and they're on the U.S. team.
Because I remember when we were talking about this. There is like a little flag football league, and we were having this debate of would the guys that actually do it's like the 3-on-3 thing. Would they actually do it? Or if Tyreek Hill wants to do it, dude, no offense to you that, I'm sure you're great in your little U.S. flag football team. Tyreek Hill wants to do it, go away.
So I think this is right in lockstep with that. The only difference being that in the Olympics, I think you had to have played in the qualifiers to play 3-on-3, which we didn't have any Americans that did. It sounds like our American football players could just hop on, and the guys who are trying to qualify are like not into that.
Well, and also too,
What do you think? Is that disrespectful, or is that
it
just?
It is disrespectful, but at the same time, dude, get S-canned. What I'm sorry, no offense, but if
we're here to win, right?
This would be like if you were playing.
Hey! Don't bring me into this.
I'm bringing you into
Don't
this.
bring me into
I'm
this.
bringing you into it. Okay, if you were playing in the sports radio, intramural golf league,
I don't like
right?
where this is going.
And all of a sudden, and you were going to go play in the Olympics. They're like, hey, we're adding sports radio golf to the Olympics. And Rob's like, well, I'm one of the best 8 U.S. sports radio golfers out there.
I might be.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if I am or not.
Let's throw
That'd
you in
be
there.
fun. Let's do that.
You're number 8, right? And then someone's like, actually, you know what? You know who's a broadcaster? Tony Romo. And you know who else is a broadcaster?
Yeah.
You start throwing in like Phil Mickelson does some
John
stuff.
Smoltz.
Exactly. Next thing you know, guess what, Robert?
Yeah.
While I appreciate it, why don't you tussle your hair and go have a fresca? Sit down.
Is that disrespectful to you, Rob?
No, actually, it's not. And this is why I don't think it's disrespectful to these guys. These guys should expect this.
Yes. Like what?
When you started playing, did you think that the NFL players weren't going to play in the
Right.
Olympics? Was that ever told to you? If your coaches and the organization's like, no, you guys get to be the ones that go, that's one thing. But why wouldn't it be our NFL players?
Well, is it possible that we could? I don't know. Can we put multiple teams in there or multiple groups of guys?
If we
in there?
could, why wouldn't we just do all NFL players though?
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, I looked up Daryl Hoosh-Doucette.
Yeah, Hoosh because he looks like TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Yeah, and he looks like a giant douche. And I love how he's like,
Who's the douche?
He's like, he's like, we're not going out without a fight. We're just not going to think that they're going to walk onto our field and take our Olympics. Guess what, doucher? Sorry, but if Pat Mahomes wants to come in, I'm sure you're great playing your little flag football. But if 15 in red wants to come in and be the quarterback, sit your skinny ass down and watch him throw for gold medals.
And also, Hoosh, how do you think football got into the Olympics? Because of you or because of Pat Mahomes?
I think it's just this is the doucher again, the doucette. I think it's just disrespectful that they just automatically assume that they're able to just join the Olympic team because the person that they are. They didn't help grow the sport to get into the Olympics.
Actually, they did.
They really did. Seriously, they grew your sport. Sorry.
You're only playing because of them.
Exactly. Yeah, both Joe Burrow and Caleb Williams both want to play in the Olympics. Sorry, man. This is like in The Simpsons when Homer gets benched for Darryl Strawberry. It's like, sorry, Homer. Home run, Homer. That's Darryl Strawberry.
Joe Burrow or Hoosh-Doucette.
Yeah, I think
I'll
we're
take
going
Joe.
exactly. I mean, it's just it's embarrassing. But he says that Doucette says that him and his teammates can handle their business on the world stage and
Well,
against the best the NFL has to offer.
don't you think?
No,
well,
you can't.
He may have a point there. That
No,
No, I bet you the U.S. flag football team, as currently constructed, could win the gold,
Oh,
even without
no,
NFL
No,
players.
he's saying that they could beat the NFL guys.
Oh no!
And I hate to tell you this, but there's these guys called NFL corners, and no, you can't throw.
Wait, what do
them.
they do?
I think they stop the doucher here from throwing touchdown passes.
Well, I think they could win the gold though.
Yeah, I'm sure they could.
I mean, they're probably pretty good.
And by the way, can the quarterback run in flag football?
I don't know. I have no idea what the rules are.
Because if the answer to that is yes, then no offense to Joe Burrow, but sit down, Joe.
Lamar Jackson.
I've got this guy by the name of
Jalen
Lamar
Hurts.
Jackson, and I would like him to be the starting quarterback. And by the way, we're never going to throw the football. Everyone run deep. And if anyone doesn't, if everyone runs, then we just let Lamar. And if someone decides to spy on Lamar, he throws it 70 yards downfield to Tyreek Hill. Look, I just won us a gold medal.
Yeah, and the good news here for NFL players is that these Olympics in LA, they run from July 14th to July 30th.
So
it makes it easy for him.
Problem is, though, the contract, the NFLPA and the
Yes.
NFL would have to sign off on.
Yes, that would be the big thing.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
And they're
to-
already talking about that, apparently.
Yeah, this would all have to be collectively bargained. I love though that they're that this Doucette guy is being all pissy and trying to stake his claim to it.
Well, he's gonna have to go back to being a nobody
Yeah,
instead of an Olympian.
He wants
Olympic,
a gold medal, man.
Gold
Well,
medalist.
and I don't fault him for
I don't
wanting a
either.
gold medal, but dude, there's levels to this game.
Go play intramurals, brother.
Can you imagine Jimmer?
does.
Can you imagine Jimmer Fredette, who, by the way, was at least in the NFL? You imagine Jimmer Fredette
was?
being, or not in the NFL. Jimmer Fredette was in the NBA. You imagine Jimmer being like, "Yeah, you can't come take my spot in the 3-on-3. I earned this spot." Meanwhile, we're like, "Yeah, Jimmer, go."
Yeah, go back to your cute little NBA. I've earned this.
I'm trying to figure out where the Doucette guy even like if he played.
Yeah, do we have a first name for him? What's his first name?
His name
Daryl
was- Yeah.
Hoosh
Daryl Doucette.
Doucette. And I'm sure he's a fine athlete, and I'm sure he played Division III, whatever. I think he played. It looks like maybe he played at Xavier.
They have football there?
No, I guess
Club
he went
team,
to
maybe?
he went to Xavier and played flag football. So he didn't even play college football. He just played he played intramurals. And he wants to
All right.
and he wants to push out Joe Burrow and Caleb Williams.
All right, in the news is next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the
throw it in the bowl.
Little
It's
grab
like,
bag.
It's like the wheel of grab ass from
It's
back
your
in the
chance
day.
to get famous.
There you go.
Tomorrow. So we'll see you at 10 Barrel Brewing from 3 to 7 for Club 1080. Bitch.
Souk will be pounding nachos.
And pub beer.
And yeah, Pub Beer, the new sponsor of Club 1080.
Yeah.
We welcome them aboard. That's the big kickoff party tomorrow.
The official beer of Cheap Fun.
August 20, 2024, time for you the news. I'm your news below. Thank you. Thank you so much. Today is National Radio Day.
Oh, look at us. Kudos to you, Buckley.
I'm not a radio man. I'm a podcaster.
You're a podcaster now. I love when people are like, do you podcast? Well, we're on the radio. Yeah, but a podcast.
So I played golf the other day.
Yeah.
Did you know I play golf?
I'm familiar.
Sometimes I play golf. Yeah. And it was just me and another guy early in the morning, and so we got these two guys paired up with us. One of them was old, and one of them was young. And the old guy came up to me. He said, "The starter said you were a radio guy." I'm like, "Yes, sir, I am." He's like, "Cool."
Little Orphan Annie, he listens on his giant wooden AM radio.
And then I looked at the young guy and I said, "No, I'm a podcaster." Because he's young. He didn't get the radio thing.
No.
He's like, "What? Podcast? What do I search?" See? Something for everyone.
Something for everyone.
Radio.
I really enjoy the show.
You can consume us many, many different ways.
Radio for the old guy, podcast for the young guy.
YouTube, Twitch.
What is the best song about radio? Or that includes radio?
Radio Gaga.
I love that song.
It's not even close.
What about Video Killed the Radio Star?
I believe that's the first video ever on MTV, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. That is correct.
But Live Aid, Queen doing Radio Gaga, one of the best performances of all time. It's over. There you go.
What other songs?
Oh God, there's probably
About radio.
There's probably so many songs.
What was the Christian Slater movie?
Pump Up the Volume?
Yeah, wasn't that radio? Wasn't he?
Yeah, he was he was
spinning hits.
Yeah, he's like a shock jock.
Of course, you have WKRP. You know,
that's not a song.
No, I know. I'm just.
Radiohead.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I'm just thinking of cool radio things, cool pop culture radio awesomeness.
Pirate radio.
Radio Clash by The Clash, which is a good one.
Never heard of it.
You've heard that.
Have I?
Guaranteed. If you haven't, I'd be like, whoa. You've heard that. You've heard that song. Joni Mitchell, You Turn Me On. You Turn Me On. I'm a Radio. Turn Up the Radio by Autograph,
Yes,
1984.
Oh, that's a good one.
There you go. Great tune.
Everclear has a song called AM Radio, and the hook is I heard it on the AM radio. You remember that?
No.
I do remember that. Boys on the Radio, that was Hole. Cordy Loves Crazy Ass. Yeah, there's a million of these. Oh, you know what? The only song that I would listen to competing against Queen, and it is one of my favorites, Warren Zevon, has one called Mohammed's Radio, which is top 3 Warren Zevon songs for me. Kind of a deeper cut, but I highly recommend checking it out if you like what Mr. Zevon has going on.
It is also National Bacon Lovers Day.
Well, there you go.
And who isn't a bacon lover? So it's pretty much everyone.
Vegetarians.
Everyone's day. That's true.
Vegans. Those people.
But don't they probably secretly like it? They just don't want to eat it.
Well,
you
yeah.
know?
I think that's probably what it is.
You can still love it. You don't have to eat it.
Yeah, you still love it. You just don't eat it. Probably for most vegetarians or vegans, it's either for health reasons or, ethical animal treatment. I don't think it's because they hate the taste of meat.
Frasier.
Huh?
He was a
radio
show.
host.
He was a radio
he was a talk
man.
show host.
Yeah.
Again, you're confusing me again because I keep thinking you're going with songs. I was like, wait, Frasier?
The sheriff has reversed course. About time. Nicole.
Get on board.
Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Now remember, so here's the backstory on this.
Mm-hmm.
Portland fights and fights and fights to pass a camping ban. And then they scrap it and they go back to the well because of some law that was already on the, I don't know. They had to scrap it, right? Remember that? You remember that whole thing, Jason? How am I doing describing it? Am I doing great?
There's a state law that prohibits you from kind of doing a whole thing, but then it went to the Supreme Court and it found out we can do something about it. And so we started putting some policies in place saying we're going to give you several warnings. And as long as there is a shelter bed for you to go to, and we've given you ample opportunities to leave and go to that, and you refuse to move, we can now arrest you for public camping.
Well, that's what they settled on.
Yes.
But I was going all the way back where they had it figured out, and then it went to court, and the court said no, and they're like, damn it, we got to reconvene.
Because there was a state law that kind of superseded it.
So then they came back, and they were like, okay, now you can't camp on public land between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. as long as there is
shelter beds.
A shelter bed. You have to take it, or we're putting you in jail. Okay, so the first guy gets arrested, and we're like, here we go. And they take him over to Nicole, and she's like, we're not going to book him.
She's like, let him back out.
She's like, we don't book people who violate city ordinances, generally speaking. And she also went on to say that her personal opinion was she didn't think that it was right to be jailing homeless people for just being homeless.
Yeah.
So they have reconvened somehow. She has now announced that violators of the city's anti-camping ordinance will be booked into jail after all.
Thank heavens.
At least during the next 4 months.
Until by the winter, and then they're like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, I don't understand.
So I don't know what happened here, but that's a good thing.
It is.
I think.
Because again, everyone wants to have compassion. But again, I can't just go set up shop in Buckley's front yard and be like, I'm not going anywhere.
Here's the situation.
It baffles me that we can't do anything about this. And at least we're on somewhat of the same page now, saying, hey, we've given you ample warnings. We've given you a place to go. You don't want to go. We're taking you away. Now, can we do something about the campers? That's the other one that I don't get. It's just that there's campers that have been parked along the street for like 4 years, and we can't do anything about that. They're illegally parked for 4 years. I'm like, hey, nothing we can do. How about we do that next?
So here is what their statement said today. On Monday afternoon, Multnomah County Sheriff Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler met to discuss strategies for managing individuals who violate the city's Portland's time, place, and manner ordinance. Both leaders believe that connecting people with services and housing is the best strategy to address homelessness in Portland. They also acknowledge for individuals who repeatedly refuse outreach services, the correction system may offer additional intervention opportunities.
I also don't understand why it's so hard to realize that there are varying degrees of the homeless. There are people that need help. There are those people that need to be put into, or that need assistance, that have fallen on hard times, that want to get off the streets. There's people that are addicted to drugs, and there's people that have no desire whatsoever to receive any help. This is the life they choose. Why is that so hard to differentiate between the people? Because the people that don't want help, the people that are refusing to help, they should be held to some actual consequences as opposed to being able to do whatever the hell they want simply because they're homeless. I just do not understand why we can't start drawing those lines of demarcation.
So once a person is booked, the jail will search them, verify their identity, and record their charges, and then a judge will decide whether to release the person or hold them in custody till arraignment.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they'll all be let out. But according to the press release, a sheriff's office representative would also meet with the person and, again, offer shelter and services through the Street Services Coordination Center.
Good. Maybe get them a roof over their head, try to get them into some detox, try to get them some help. Do something.
And if they accept that, then the officer would coordinate to get them those services when they are released. Yeah. So, look, that sounds great, but that ain't going to work. I'm telling you right now, they're going to screw this up again.
Probably. Because we have
Guaranteed.
we have no balls and we have no political will, but I mean it does feel like across the country, even down in California, they are starting to realize that we've reached a tipping point and we can't keep doing what we're doing.
All right, big news for moms in Ridgefield.
All right.
Coming up next on The Fan.
I like Ridgefield moms.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories, brought to you by Fan.
Hell yeah. Was there a worse, better genre of music than this?
No, because there is part of you, if you grew up in that era, that just love it, but it is warmed over.
It's so
garbage.
bad.
It's so bad. Like you hear like Quiet Riot or something, and you're just like, what in the hell?
Yeah, but you rock out to
I
it.
give you Poison or White Snake or like L.A. Guns.
Hell yeah.
You know, it's
Tea
just,
drinking vibes for days, though.
and
Totally.
And you see like the outfits they were wearing, and everyone was doing the androgyny thing.
Yes,
and
it was absurd.
It's just so bad.
So bad.
And yet it comes on, and you're like, hell yeah.
You're like, turn it up.
And those dudes were
Just
somehow
like
like
autograph
sex symbols. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no
just
kidding.
amazing.
Ugh. Well, big news for moms in Ridgefield.
Love those Ridgefield moms.
Here
It's the
comes
lake-
Costco.
It's the Lake Oswego of Clark County.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where all the rich people live.
Yeah, Ridgefield and Camas.
Yeah. It's nice up there.
Yeah.
I've been to Ridgefield.
Yeah, the Costco's coming, huh?
Yeah, they're putting in a Costco
Yeah.
near Pioneer Street and I-5.
That area up there really is, it's insane. Because I lived in the center for years, and it's, that's up in that same thing now with the casino up there. And I don't even recognize when you go into like we used to go into downtown Richfield, and there was like 2 little restaurants. It's a whole big boardwalk down there now. I mean, they have
Downtown Ridgefield, huh?
Yeah, downtown Richfield is blowing up.
Is that right by the freeway?
No.
Or do you have to go in?
You got to go in. So you go like where that Chevron is, where the commissioner, who was the commissioner that got all drunk and got dropped off at that Chevron?
Oh, Joanne Hardesty.
Yeah, Joanne Hardesty.
Your favorite.
Yeah. No, you got to wind back a little bit to actually get into downtown Richfield, but it is it's exploding. That whole area up there is growing like weeds.
Well, it will open August 29th, which I believe is next weekend.
Yeah, I already know someone who's working there.
Am I right about that?
People love working at Costco.
Well, yeah, they said it's going to create 300 to 400 jobs.
Yep.
Which is nice.
Yeah, I got.
Oh no, that's next Thursday. Sorry.
I got a friend of mine that's moving over from the Camas Costco to the Ridgefield Costco.
Ooh, big move.
Big move.
Because all Costcos are different.
A lot of opportunity over there at that Richfield Costco. I think it's just closer to where she lives.
Well, this is the 3rd Costco in Clark County.
Yeah.
And it is right next door to Washington's, or will be right next door to Washington's first In-N-Out.
Oh, that's right. They are putting an In-N-Out there.
Yeah. And they're doing an In-N-Out in Vancouver, too.
Oh, are they really putting the In-N-Out?
I think there's 2 In-N-Outs coming to Washington.
Huh.
This will be the first one.
I did see recently I was watching a thing with Bobby Flay, and someone asked him his favorite fast food burger, and you would think Bobby Flay would know. He went In-N-Out.
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
My wife watches him. I think he's stupid.
You don't like Bobby Flay, huh?
No.
No. I love me some Bobby Flay.
I don't. Like, of all of those, so I watch those. I don't cook or anything like that, but I watch those cooking shows because my wife always has them on.
Yeah.
Of all those guys, like, well, I don't like Guy Fieri because
he's just a dude.
Well, we had to work with him on a thing, and he was an ass. Yeah. So it's personal with them, but other than that, he seems like a donkey, but kind of fun on the TV. You know, like
Sure.
I can see why people like him. Bobby Flay brings nothing. I mean, I know he's a great chef, but he's just.
I love me some
like
beat Bobby Flay is great.
You need like I don't know. You got to have like either the Gordon. Is it Gordon Ramsay?
Gordon Ramsay's the yelly.
He's the a-hole.
Yeah.
Or you got to be the Guy Fieri character. Bobby Flay's just like a.
Wow.
He's like a math teacher.
Look at you
What's up with that guy?
Insulting the greatness that is Super Chef Bobby Flay.
Where's the bear?
You want to talk about something that's overrated? Let me just say this right now. That 3rd season of The Bear is some of the worst TV, period, end of story. And if it wasn't for the 1st season of The Bear, which was so good, we would all be saying that the 2nd season wasn't very good and the 3rd season is official. That show sucks. And it's living off a reputation from 2 years ago. It hasn't been good in 2 seasons. So take your bear, roll it up real tight, and cram it.
Who's the guy that went to Washington, the comedian?
Joel McHale.
Yeah, where's Joel McHale from The Bear?
I would watch a cooking show because he does seem like a cooking
He's great.
ass. He's good on that show, to being the jerk.
Hey, watch out. All northbound lanes on I-5, the bridge. On I-5, the bridge, not... Yeah. All I-5 is being shut down.
The entire thing, from here to Mexico, done.
I-5 bridge from Portland to Vancouver. Closed Saturday night.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Yep. So I just want to warn you guys. The closures will start at 11 o'clock.
What are we doing now?
And they will open again at 7 a.m. Sunday morning. So, you got to be out late to be affected here.
Yeah.
But,
What are we
well, they're just fixing.
Painting? Are we
Nah,
paving
they're just
something?
doing stuff that you won't notice,
Okay.
Boring, stupid,
Sure.
structural stuff.
All right.
But it's kind of important because you don't want to go swimming when you're driving.
No.
You know?
It does suck though, like if you've been out like a late night and you're driving home and you kind of forget about that, and then all of a sudden you're like, damn it.
And then you got to sit there.
Yeah, you're like El Whammo. You're like, oh my God. You got to get off and, take some sort of back road. Oh, it's frustrating as hell.
First world problems.
Yeah. What time did you say?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
11 p.m.
Saturday night.
All right. Note to self.
And finally, Jace, we have approval for the Hawthorne Bridge concert venue to be done by Live Nation. We've been talking about this dueling banjos of concert venues that are trying to come into town.
Yeah.
Small concert venues for some reason, which to me doesn't, I don't know, it's like we have plenty of small concert venues.
Yeah, you would think.
So
we
I don't
got
know
the
why.
Crystal, we got the Roseland, we've got the Schnitz, we've got the Keller.
Yeah.
I guess we added Providence now, at least during some part of the year we got a big one.
Well, that's big.
Yeah, so now we need
So
more
that
small ones.
I get why. I mean, I get.
We got the Wonder Ballroom, we got Star, we got the
Exactly.
Alberta Rose Theater. As you can tell, we got a lot of theaters.
Well, there's a new one.
All right.
There was the group with Live Nation that was talking about a 62,000 square foot venue. It sits near the Hawthorne Bridge. So if you go over, well, you know where Clark Lewis is?
Yeah.
I think it's that lot right there that's all empty right by Clark Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to put no, it's not outdoor. It'll be indoor. 3,500 seats.
Oh, okay. What is that? What does the Keller sit? Are we in the? I'm just like.
I don't know. Didn't we go through all this once?
Did we?
We did.
I'm just trying to think of the size. 3,500 seats seems like a good amount.
I think that's. I don't know. If I listen, I think that's a little larger than some of the other venues you mentioned.
Okay. Well, I know that's bigger than I was at the Roseland. Yeah, the Keller's just under 3. So there you go. So it's bigger than the Keller, which is a decent size. That's a decent size.
It's bigger, but not by much. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. Look, if they want to do it, do it. I don't know. But it seems to me that area is weird because there's a train that's all. You can never predict the damn trains down there.
No.
And that could really screw people up trying to get to the show.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
If you get stuck behind that thing, you get stuck on the other side of that train, it'll screw you up. But I looked at, so just for reference, this would be bigger. So the Crystal is 1,500. The Roseland is right about the same.
Okay.
The Keller's 3,000. So we're.
What's the Schnitz?
I'll look at the Schnitz and see what we got. So this would, according to the ones that we've seen here, this would be the biggest of those.
Well, but you also have Clark County.
Yeah.
You have the Clark County Amphitheater, whatever they call that now.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a drive. And again, that's an outdoor theater.
Yeah, that's true. You have the Modus Center. You have Theater of the Clouds. Modus Center, smaller.
Schnitz is about 3,000 too. It's 28. So
okay.
We're just adding, basically, we're adding another Schnitz and another Keller. And I don't know if we needed that.
That's weird. Are we missing one?
I think that's all the big ones, right? I mean, there's little ones, but I think those are all the substantial ones. Like the Star Theater, but that's pretty small.
Yeah, that's tiny.
That's more, yeah. I think we got all the big ones.
Oh, Edgefield is what I was thinking of.
Oh, yeah.
Edgefield. How many does that? You can pour.
Yeah, you could probably get
quite a few in there.
Probably get a decent amount out there. And we went to that Edgefield one out in Hillsboro the other week. That's a great venue out there.
7,000
out in Edgefield.
Out at Edgefield.
Okay. Again, outdoors though.
See, if I were a band, which I'm not, but when I start one, I'd play there.
Edgefield's a great place.
That place is great.
Yes, it is. Can't do it in the winter.
It's just great.
Summertime.
You go there, you get some beers, you walk around the grounds, smoke some doob.
Go stay at the haunted hotel, play around a golf.
Yeah.
Edgefield's a kick-ass place. I'm telling you, go check out that one out in out in Hillsboro though. I forget the name of the whatever that one is, but their outdoor theater out there. That was a kick-ass place. I was very pleasantly surprised as I was driving out there. I was like, where the hell is this at? And I was like, oh, this is really cool.
That's your In the News for August 20th, 2024. Coming up next, the Hot 5 at 5. We've got some cool sports news for you. And then, I don't know, I think we better get ready for week 0 in college football, don't you think?
Probably.
So we'll get to that coming up next.
That big Idaho-Oregon game.
Yeah, that's week 1.
Oh,
I'm
that's
talking
true.
about week 0,
Week
bro.
0.
Wait till you hear the sked.
Yeah, hold your horses.
We'll be right back. Isaac and Suk on the Fan.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just
Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday.
I am having a nice little Tuesday.
Me too.
I was listening to Buck's Sports North there, and I saw that story earlier about the center guy, the tennis player, and he got busted for the roids. He got busted for like a steroid cream,
like Barry Bonds style,
Barry Bonds style. And my favorite part is that dude actually got away. They said nope, no harm, no foul. They literally said that his massage therapist inadvertently rubbed it into him. What a great excuse, and somehow it worked.
And other players are furious.
Yes. The dude got popped twice with it, both samples.
Could that be true?
I don't know, but like this is like when
I mean, it seems plausible.
Really? Your massage therapist was
Get steroids on their own and then just rubs it on you without asking?
Was just rubbing steroid creams into you?
She doesn't know. She's like, I'm just going to...
Like, what?
I'm just going to roid him up against his will.
Like, it's just, it seems like...
Well, what was the... What
it was like a steroid cream.
It was an anabolic steroid.
So that's
cream.
what it's for?
Well, yes. He had that in his system, and he was saying, I didn't mean to do this. He claims that a massage therapist that he works with all the time inadvertently bought like a lotion that had steroid cream in it, which like... Really?
Well, so that's different than what I was just asking. If she bought a steroid cream,
or he,
sorry, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They bought a steroid cream that's what that is, then that's weird. But if it's just some lotion that happened to have, I don't know. I don't know.
He tested positive for anabolic steroids,
so we're now
which isn't like doesn't accidentally show.
So
up
we're
in
just
cream.
we're buying lotions and they just have
That's what I'm saying. Like not that kind, not anabolic steroids.
But wait, he's saying that the masseuse
didn't know
inadvertently.
Yes.
So he tested positive twice.
Yes.
And they're like, "How did this happen?" And he's like, "I have no idea. I'll try to figure it out. Oh, you know what? It must have been my masseuse. Yeah, he or she was using a cream that had some steroid in it, and I didn't realize."
And they were like, you know what? Cool answer.
And they're like, okay, well, we won't suspend you then.
This is like when that Russian gymnast had roids in her, and she goes, well, I think what happened is I was kissing my grandfather, kid you not, and the grandfather had been drinking some water that had some sort of anabolic agent in the water, and it transferred to his lips and got into her stream because he was like kissing her on the cheek. That was a real excuse that an Olympic gymnast used, and that's the only one more ridiculous than this. And yet this center guy, who I guess is like one of the best in the world,
number one right now,
he got away with it. They were like, he had to sacrifice some money from some tournament that he won and vacate that like whatever tournament, and that's it. Now he's fine.
Well, that's great.
He was facing a major suspension, and they're like, nope, nope, just some inadvertent roid cream that my masseuse was rubbing on me. I'm waiting for the guy to be like, yeah, I went to an Asian massage parlor, Bangkok. Next thing I know, the lotion she was using, it was all roided up.
It's a little bit like Barry Bonds. Like, you'll have to talk to my trainer, Greg Anderson.
No.
I don't really know what he was up to. And then he's like, Greg Anderson won't talk. So what do we do?
It's kind of amazing. And yet it worked.
Well, it is a wonderful little Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Isaac. That's Big Sook. He's right over there. Look at him.
Right.
Looking all sexy.
Thank you.
Over there.
I'm all shiny. I'm freshly shaved. Not that you noticed, but
freshly shaved. Your head, you mean?
Just saying.
No, your head looks the same every day.
I try to look pretty for you. I try to clean it up, and you don't notice.
No, dude, your head looks the same every single day. As a matter of fact, you could look in the mirror and go, "Ooh, I need to shave."
Yeah.
I would never.
That hurts.
See that?
We've been together that long. It doesn't even matter.
It all just looks like a giant penis.
It's disappointing.
With a hairy ball.
With a merkin.
With a hairy ball sack on
Just
it.
Google largest penis in the world, and the dude pops up.
Oh, God. All right. Well, we'll get you ready for week 0. It is week 0. About time to talk about week 0.
Yeah, it is.
Coming up this hour. Coming up tonight in the club. What if your pilot isn't certified to land your jetliner?
Oh.
The story we were trying to get to last night. We never did.
No, we never did. That's
Johnny Cash would not approve of this next story. That
we got caught up in the fake millionaire or billionaire yacht.
That's right.
Because that's clearly a fake death.
Stole the show. Yeah, somebody else brought up that perhaps he was offed. Do you think he was offed?
Oh,
because that's possible too for a rich guy like that.
Yeah, but like he ran into a water spout, like tornado in the middle of the ocean.
Well, who does that? That's what I'm saying. Like
she's saying maybe
they took him in there.
They took him in there.
Let's kill him.
That's actually
because nobody else. Well, I guess somebody did die.
Yeah,
Maybe they weren't supposed to.
Yeah. Look, that's a great idea because mine always is just like take your spouse on a cruise and then just shove them off the boat in the middle of the night. This is a pretty good one, too. You just take a boat and then pay someone to drive in the middle of a storm, dump the guy off, and be like, oops, he went overboard. Maybe the dude dove in after the billionaire was like, sir, I'll save you. And then they both died. And you're like, oh. Everyone else was fine.
Also, what is the most popular sex position?
Oh.
An expose.
Really?
Tonight in the club.
How about that?
Right now,
that's called the Dutch rudder.
I've choked a kook.
It happens.
The Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
There's a report from Mark Stein, noted basketball scribe Mark Stein, that Steve Kerr will not return as U.S. men's basketball coach.
Yeah.
2 replacements being eyed are Eric Spoelstra and Tyronn Lue.
If you're Steve Kerr, you don't want that mess anymore. Like, you took all that criticism. By the way, do coaches get a gold medal?
They do not.
I was going to say, because
Really?
in hockey,
don't.
I know they don't.
Nope.
Yeah.
I remember I think it was the Redeem team famously all went put their medals on Coach K because he doesn't get one.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they get one?
I would think, but the reason Herb Brooks, the Miracle on Ice, he never got a gold medal.
Yeah, the coaches don't.
Which does seem a bit
That's
silly.
dumb.
But,
That's just dumb.
Well, then does every coach for every runner and every individual gymnast or that's what you get into.
I guess that kind of makes sense.
That's a little different, though. A team coach versus an individual coach?
Yeah. I guess I didn't really think about that, but that is a interesting point.
Spoelstra, by the way, in a
Number
landslide.
4.
Yeah, that's the
Spoelstra's the best
100%.
coach out there.
And he's worked with the
Yeah.
Team USA before.
Yeah, he was on this staff here. This did just won. USC officially names Miller Moss QB1. The Trojans made a run at Alabama's general manager, Courtney Morgan.
And they said no.
And you may be going, wait a minute. Alabama has a general manager?
A lot of places do now.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, their general managers or chief of staff,
But he stays with the Tide after getting a big raise. He goes from $500,000 annually to $825,000 annually. He will be college football's highest-paid front office figure.
Yeah.
He came to Tuscaloosa from Washington with Kalen DeBoer, and they say he is instrumental in landing the number 2 ranked recruiting class for 2025.
I was listening to an interview today. I don't know, was it with Andy Staples or one of the college football talking heads, and they were asking the question, are we going to see a point now where general managers become the face of college football teams and they stick around even when coaches leave? Because, that's the pro thing. I mean, coaches come and go, but you said if you have a great, if you're Oregon and you have or Ohio State and you have a great general manager, chief of staff, whatever you want to call it, right? And your coach moves on, pay the money to keep that guy there because there's stability there.
Yeah.
As long as you have him there,
Yeah.
and he goes and assists with the next coach.
That's
So
interesting.
we may be seeing a new era of college football and the rise of the general manager.
Justin Herbert is back at Chargers practice for the first time since July, which is a good sign as he battles plantar fascia in his little tootsie.
Yeah. And that's probably something that he's going to have to battle all year, and you'll manage it. And, you'll see him in a boot from time to time and probably take some injections. But, people play through this. And if you're a Charger fan, thank God you don't have to watch Easton Stick anymore.
The Bills are shuffling quarterbacks after injuries to backups Shane Buechele and now Mitchell Trubisky. They signed Ben DiNucci, who played in last week's game.
The DiNucci!
And former Duck Anthony Brown, now a Bill.
Yeah, they're saying Trubisky's going to miss a significant time with whatever the hell he's got.
So they got to find a backup.
Yeah,
They don't have a backup.
Maybe Tommy Cutlets is available. I think he's still in New York. What if you had DiNucci and Tommy Cutlets?
Too much Italian in one room.
Wow.
It's all at the
Tommy
gabagool.
Tommy DeVito and DiNucci.
Ryan Tannehill's out there.
Yeah,
He'd go play for the Bills, wouldn't he?
I would assume.
Apparently he's real picky, but
Look, do you do? I don't
I'd
know
call him.
if he's waiting for a starting job. But yes, I would go back on Josh Allen.
Well, the Mariners have lost 6 of 7. They have scored just 9 runs in those 6 losses. They were shut out last night. Tonight they turned to Bryce Miller against the Dodgers.
Yeah, it's not good right now. They went from 10 up in that division to now 5 back. They're 6.5 back in the wild card, and it feels like this
They're
thing is.
terrible.
It feels like the fork in them. It may just be getting ready to
They can't freaking hit.
stuck in there. Well, and the Astros are just pulling an Astros here, and just it's the ship's passing in the night, and it just doesn't feel like Seattle has any opportunity here to get back on track.
It might pleasure you to know the Red Sox lead the Astros 1-0 in the second inning.
Yeah, they were up on them all last night, and what did the Astros do? Walked it off on them.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mariners pitched a gem and then gave up the home run, and thanks for coming.
Couple of scores. Orioles lead the Mets 3-1 in the 4th. Yankees are trailing the Guardians 3-2 also in the 4th. And the other stuff, I don't know. Who cares? Rockies Nationals.
Does that do anything for you?
No.
What about the Reds Blue Jays, huh?
And we have a kickoff time for Oregon State,
Are you okay over there?
Ohio State, Oregon.
Yes.
Because they're playing in football. They will be playing October 12th at Autzen Stadium. Big game. We're now seeing that it's going to be at 4:30
Let's go.
on NBC, and that's a good kickoff time, I think, right? For the
Yes.
commuter people,
That's
the people
great.
that go down there.
Yeah.
Because you get the day to drink, but it's also not.
You
You're
don't
not
want-
getting out of there so late.
There's also an earlier window for people to choose when to go down. When you have one of those noon kickoffs, everyone has to go down at the same time in the morning.
Yeah.
This way, it
Yeah,
gets staggered
If you
more.
want to go down in the morning and get all blotto, great. If you
Good
want to go
point.
down and have a little more of a reasonable tailgate, I love the 4:30 kick.
It's
And-
the perfect kick.
And you're not home at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's great. All right, Victorico's Mexican Food brings you the Hot 5 at 5, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. Should we talk some college football? I think we should. It's week 0.
Some week 0?
It's over.
Let's go.
Get excited.
We think.
That's next on The Fan.
A home for the Beavs and
Standing in the huddle,
Ahoy!
listening to the call.
Yeah, somebody was texting in,
Fans going crazy.
and they were asking because we were talking about the Alabama GM, and they asked, "Do all colleges have one of these?" And I don't know that they actually call them the general manager.
Most big programs now have I think Oregon, they call it the chief of staff.
Yeah, and his name is Marshall.
He's from A&M, if I'm not mistaken.
Malchow, I don't know. Malchow. I was just looking at Oregon's website.
Yeah.
And, they list all the coaches, right?
Yeah.
And I think now you can have unlimited coaches, can't you?
That may be coming. I don't know if it's here yet.
I think that's right.
Okay. Well, anyway, there's a bunch of coaches. And then they list support staff. There are 30 people.
Yeah.
With different titles listed under support staff.
See, that's what I think you can do unlimited. I don't know about, you might have to still have the same number of coaches, but I think you can employ as many people as you want.
I think, honestly, because now there is a limit, or there always has been, which is why you have like analysts. So when you hire analysts, they can coach with the coaches, but they can't actually coach the players. But I think as part of the house settlement, which, by the way, still has to get worked out, that still hasn't become official yet because they're arguing over the details. I think as part of the house settlement, there is going to be unlimited coaching, but I don't think that's hit just yet.
So
they have the support staff is.
It's crazy. Yeah. They have a chief of staff and then a senior associate AD of administration and operations, assistant AD of football ops, director of football ops, director of external relations, director of player academic development, director of player development, director of community engagement, director of player personnel, director of recruiting strategy, director of on-campus recruiting, director of recruiting operations, 5 assistant directors of player personnel. God. Sorry, 7. A video coordinator, video production coordinator, senior assistant director of video, assistant video producer, director of digital media producer, sports science coordinator, equipment manager, football equipment administrator, senior sports dietitian, director of performance and sports science. Did I get them all?
I think you got it all.
I don't think I did. I think I missed one.
So
I'm sorry for leaving out the football equipment administrator.
Yeah,
Kenny Farr.
This is kind of how this is what college football has become. So whether it's the general manager, whether it's the chief of staff, basically you're the one in charge of the roster. You're the one in charge of making sure it's like you would there's no difference between that and a GM of an NFL team. It's your job to know who's in and out of the portal. It's your job to understand what different recruits are looking for. It's your job to understand what the NIL budget is, who needs what. You're just in charge of the roster on that team, and it works hand in hand. But I remember when they brought in the Marshall Malchow guy or whatever, the chief of staff, that was viewed as a really, really big deal. That he was a very, very sought after guy.
What's he do?
He was at Georgia and he was at Texas A&M. And if you remember when A&M put together the apparently the recruiting class of the ages, that was his class.
That was all like the NIL money.
And he was gotten
stuck in Nick Saban's crowd with that.
Yes.
So he must have done something right.
So and he was working with their player personnel, and he is considered one of the most influential members of the recruiting game in the nation. So when you think about recruiting and how Oregon has exploded, dude, take nothing away from Dan Lanning and his staff. He's got hammer recruiters, but this guy that they brought in from Georgia and A&M, this Marshall guy, he is largely the one that is in charge of all that. It was a big get when Oregon got him.
Well, I'd like to talk to Lanning when we get him back on this fall, and it sounds like he's coming back to the show this fall.
I think so.
About this staff and the support staff and just what all they do to help him, because you're right. I mean, it's like it's not all. It used to be just all the coaches.
Yeah.
But it's not that anymore.
No.
And, you get all these player personnel people.
Yeah.
There's like 7 of them, 8 of them.
Well, and this guy he cut his teeth under Saban, Kirby Smart, Jimbo Fisher, Chris Peterson. And he was the right-hand guy in recruiting efforts for every one of those places he was, including at Georgia when they put together 5 consecutive top 5 recruiting classes, the #1 class in the country twice, and he goes to A&M, and within a year of being at A&M, they signed the #1 overall class in the nation. And so what does Dan Lanning do, who knew him from his previous stops? One of Lanning's first things he did was, we're going to go get this guy. And all of a sudden, and not all of a sudden, but, magically Oregon goes from a very good recruiter to, oh my God, look what's happening here in the world of NIL. And it's not just about money. It is about efforts and having people in place. And this guy is a bigger role than anyone realizes.
What do you suppose he makes? Because I know that
they said that the guy at Alabama was the highest paid one now at $850. But
yeah, but he was at just 500.
Yeah,
a measly 500.
Who knows, man?
You know the other one. You know who the second highest paid guy is in this realm that I was reading today? Some guy at Texas Tech.
Really?
Yeah, he makes like 500 G's or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know what this Marshall guy makes, but
this is going to become the norm in college football. If you don't have one, you will have one real soon. And
so you kind of have to have.
You kind of have to have
because he or she is solely in charge of combing through the talent, right?
Yes.
And
making sure that you know what the talent needs and what's realistic, what's not. Okay.
Working the deals.
Yeah, and you're working down the line. It's that guy's job now to look at and say, hey, we've got 3 tight ends on our roster. What are the chances that next year we have 3 tight ends on our roster? Well, we know this kid may be sniffing around, and this kid's not going to got a little playing time, but we got this recruit coming in. It is your job to manage the roster and make sure that you stay ahead of the curve and know what your kids want, know what other kids want, who could or couldn't be in the transfer portal. I'll bet you that guy's big board. You think the big board in an NFL team is crazy? I'll bet you the ones in college are twice that, because you're not dealing with 31 other teams. You're dealing with 100+ other teams.
Which is why you need 8 player personnel people.
Yes.
It's crazy.
And you're constantly recruiting not only are you trying to recruit others, you have to recruit your own kids like on a day-to-day basis and convince them that that's the place to be. Which is why I wish I could remember who it was that I was listening to today. It was about a 6-minute interview that I saw on Twitter, and they were asking a question. I think it's a pretty good one. Will eventually, because right now the kings of college football are what? It's the Kirby Smarts, it's the Dabos, it's the Dan Lannings, it's the Ryan Days, right? And forever that has been the face of college football. But the one downside, especially at smaller programs, that they were pointing out, is Jonathan Smith, for example, right? Jonathan Smith leaves Oregon State, and it's like he takes his coaching staff with him. He takes a bunch of his players with him, and it's like, oh my God, you're kind of left holding the bag. Luckily, Trent Bray sticks behind because you get him the head coaching job. But if Bray hadn't gotten the job, he'd be at Michigan State now too. And they were pointing out whether it's a big program or it's a small program or a mid-sized one, are we going to get to a point where you go find, like, let's say a Chris Peterson type, right? That maybe doesn't want to be in the day-to-day involved of being a coach, but Barry Alvarez did this for years at Wisconsin. You're like, dude, that is our general manager, right? And regardless of what else happens, the face of Wisconsin football is Barry Alvarez. Coaches may come and go, players come and go. Barry Alvarez is always there. And that becomes the key figure for a program, and he provides stability no matter what happens at the coaching ranks. That guy is there. Are we just now scratching the surface? Because I promise you, if guys are making $850,000 now, in 3 or 4 years, guys are going to be making $3 and $4 million.
Totally see it. It does seem like it's headed that way. I mean, It's pretty clear. We just listed 30 support staff for, at Oregon. Yeah. Somebody asked on the Vancouver Fort text line, it's getting to the point where the recruiting ability of your coach is not all that important as opposed to your NIL budget and behind-the-scenes personnel.
It goes hand in hand, though, because you can't.
You need both.
You can't just write blank checks because everyone can write checks.
Well, yeah, but do you then focus, like, does the GM then focus on just, to your point of like, okay, so let's say it evolves 10 years down the road, you've got these GMs or these heads of personnel, and they start hiring coaches and they're looking at this going, well, you need to be able to recruit kids who want to play for them, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the players we give them, they need to, it's just like the NFL model. They need to be coached X's and O's wise, and so the X's and O's thing comes back into being most important.
Could absolutely be that way, because I could see a world where, because right now, dude, if you're a hammer recruiter in football, like, let's be honest, sometimes that's more important than being an X's and O's guy. It just is. Talent wins, plain and simple. Now, it's nice when you have both, but talent wins. When you are a top 10 team in the country, you will win 10 games every year simply because you're just more talented than everyone that you play. But if I get a big fat NIL budget, I've got kick-ass facilities, I'm a prestige program. Is there an element to where I don't need the world's best recruiter? I just need someone that's willing.
Yeah.
I can't have Chip Kelly, who refuses to do it or Joe Paterno, but I find a willing guy, right? Or someone that's just willing to go hire a handful of hammer recruiters. Let that guy be the nerdy nerd guy that does the X's and O stuff. And my NIL budget, a couple of my assistant coaches, and me as the chief of staff or player director, GM guy, I will take care of it and I will deliver us talent. And all you have to do is, again, develop it and X's and O's. Yeah, I could absolutely see where there is a shift coming. Because the college football is such a weird spot right now. I mean, Oklahoma State, did you see what they're doing?
Yeah, I was on my notes here to talk about. They created an NIL helmet QR code.
Yeah, so while you're watching Oklahoma State play this year, if you want to, you can pause the game and you can take your phone and on the back of on the back of every Oklahoma State's player helmet will be a QR code. It's not to their individual one, but it is to the school's general NIL fund. So you can scan that and you can donate to the Oklahoma State NIL during the game by scanning a player's helmet. I'm sorry, that is weird as hell, but that's where we're at right now. And by the way, is it absurd to think one day that we're going to have where you can tip a player? Like if a kid had his own personal QR code on there and you like that, you're like, hey, that's a sweet 12-yard touchdown run. I'm just going to send you $200 right now.
Good block over there. You know what? I'll help you with that 15-yard penalty. Good on you for knocking that guy's block off. Here's $150.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Oklahoma State QR code thing is smart.
I wonder what that's going to, I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't cost you much.
No.
I'd be fascinated to know what it generates, though.
Yeah.
But QR codes now, like, that's the thing. So when you see them,
yeah,
if you're even remotely interested, you click on them. I mean, that's how you get to. That's how they. In other words, it's going where people are, right? Like you're trying to go out and raise NIL money. You have to make it so effing easy for people.
Yeah.
And one way to make it super easy is if somebody's just sitting on their ass with their phone watching the game and they see a QR code. Boom! That's the easiest way possible.
This is what I don't know yet, and I guess I haven't really explored this. I've got some people I suppose I could call. I wonder in an NIL budget world where supposedly to be a competitive top 10 to 15 sort of recruiting team, you need a budget somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 million a year. Like that seems to be kind of a general consensus. Like that's what we're doing. We got to come up with on a year-to-year basis, give or take. How much of that is mom and pop? Like I gotta believe that the vast majority of that comes from people that aren't scanning QR codes, and maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think smaller schools, they're piecing it together.
But
bigger schools, maybe not.
Yeah, I just wonder. I would, and no one at Oregon, their staff is gonna tell me anything, but I want to see if I can dig around because there's a couple other programs that at least I know some of kind of the boosters. I just would be interested to know what the balance is. Like if you're at, let's take a middle program, not take Michigan State, right? Because Michigan State's good program, but it's not Michigan. It's not, it's not, UMass. I wonder if their budget is $12 million a year for NIL. $1 million, is that coming from mom and pop and 11 from the other? I just don't know.
I bet more.
You think there's more mom and pop?
Yeah, I do. It depends on how hard they're hitting it, but yeah, I think they can scrounge up a little more than that.
Be interesting.
Well,
yeah, I think someone said.
About you?
Someone said,
this?
Think about the hundreds of thousands of people that might donate $5 to $10, though. But that's what I don't know. Will there be hundreds of thousands of people that donate $5 to $10?
I keep wondering: is there going to be a random Joe who's drunk on a Saturday night and sees Oklahoma State on his TV? It's like, I like this game. I'm going to send him $10. Like, is that going to happen?
It's like a weird televangelist thing.
Guys, GoFundMe. People raise all kinds of money on GoFundMe for way dumber things.
Sure.
I mean, people give money all the time.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of getting people trained and going where they are, making it easy.
Yeah.
And that's what Oklahoma State's trying to do. Again, I think it's just how hard you hit the pavement, but if you're really working your ass off to do it, especially if you're a school like Oregon State or whomever that doesn't have as many big donors, I think you can scrounge up a lot.
Good. Well, I mean, I guess that's how, like, the Jesus people do it. Televangelists, right?
The Jesus people, yeah.
Well, I mean, dude, those guys are buying airplanes.
That's
and,
right.
Kenneth Copeland of the world.
People will give money to what they believe in.
Yeah, mom and pop are sitting there on the couch and they're donating their $20.
Isn't Trump doing this to a degree?
Absolutely.
I mean, just play to people's emotions.
Selling
Blows me away.
Bibles
People are still donating to it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's definitely possible. So why don't you make yourself useful and report back on this?
Let's see what I can do.
How about that?
I got a couple programs that I think I know some people well enough that might be willing to spill a rough idea of what that of what percentage that is. And I bet you're right. I bet you the bigger the program, the less the mom and pops play a role.
Yeah. All right. Well, week 0 isn't much, but we'll tee that up next. And a stark reminder of the ever-growing power gap in college football. But first, Buck with SportsCenter. All right. Well, it is week 0, college football. That's good. Got some games this weekend. The problem is they're not good games.
No. Week 0 never gives any good games, I feel like.
So we've got Florida State, who is ranked 10th, playing Georgia Tech in Dublin. But after that, the next top 25 team to take the field won't be until a week from this Thursday.
Yeah.
NC State, Kansas, Missouri, and Utah all play cupcakes.
Yeah, Kansas has mighty Lindenwood. Ooh. And then the big Southern Utah tussle. Boy, that's good.
So I don't even know when's like the real good
next the Saturday after that, the August 31st, so 2 Saturdays from now, we get 14 Clemson. I guess technically it's a neutral field, but it's in Atlanta, and they play number 1 Georgia. So
Clemson and Georgia.
14 versus 1.
All right.
And I'm trying to look at the other. That's really the only Miami, Florida. So Miami's 19th, Florida's not ranked. Does that do anything for you?
Yeah, it's fine.
That may be it. Notre Dame, A&M. There you go. 7 versus 20.
Ooh, Notre Dame plays A&M.
Notre Dame plays A&M.
That's good.
And then that Sunday, we get a standalone game. We got 23rd ranked USC in Nevada at the Raider Stadium. They're playing 13 LSU.
LSU, that's right.
So there you go.
Okay, so
those are your. Yeah,
so we got to wait till next week.
Got to wait till next week.
Next weekend.
Yes. This, whatever. I mean, I guess if Florida State does anything for you, I mean, I guess you get to watch DJ, right? DJU?
Yeah, DJU.
He's their quarterback.
I'm pretty sure I know what he looks like.
Yeah. You want to watch Bronco Mendenhall and the New Mexico Los Lobos take on Montana State?
No.
What about SMU Nevada?
No.
Delaware State Hawaii?
No.
That's all you get. Those are the only games this Saturday.
So one other reminder of the ever-growing.
That's the only slate. We got 4 games.
Power gap in college football. The Wall Street Journal put this out there. And I thought it was interesting. They are talking about, well, the title of it is The Numbers That Show the Growing Divide in College Football. Okay, so it's the transfer portal. And it says that it hasn't merely led to unprecedented player movement. It's also created a de facto farm system for the biggest programs.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking at the group of 5 leagues.
Yeah.
And how many of their players they've lost.
Yeah. I'll bet you the number is ginormous.
So this says players move in all sorts of directions. Bench warmers on top teams look for less heralded programs where they might earn more playing time. Late bloomers who landed at smaller schools jump ship for bigger stages with better odds of drawing attention from NFL scouts and earning money from deep-pocketed booster collectives. To illustrate this point, the Wall Street Journal reviewed the 2023 first-team all-conference selections for the 5 smaller leagues that compete. I think they mean complete. There's a typo. I found a typo in the Wall Street Journal.
All right.
That complete the top tier of Division I. These conferences are the American Athletic, Conference USA, Mid-American, the Mountain West, and the Sun Belt, known collectively as the Group of 5.
Sure.
The impact of the transfer portal is striking. After eliminating those who graduated or departed for the NFL, a whopping 40% of the remaining players with all conference honors switched to another program.
Okay, I'm following you.
No reaction to that?
Well, I mean, none of that should shock you at all. So the best players from the lesser teams are going to play at better schools for more money.
Well, it said 40%. Was that higher or lower than you thought?
I mean, that's a lot of players.
But this is just all conference players.
Again,
it's
but
not
still,
all of them.
I know, but that's what you're the best. So almost half of the best players in the Power 5 every year leave. I mean, that's brutal.
And it said the vast majority of them bolted to a team in the Power 4.
Yeah.
Even when adding second and third team all-conference picks, 36% wound up transferring.
Yeah. So again, you're just look, if you're a Group of 5 team, and my guess is, and this is just, knee-jerk stuff, that number would be higher if the other schools wanted them. So let's say you're an all conference, whatever, at the American conference. Just because you're a second team all conference player or the first team left tackle doesn't necessarily mean that anyone's really coming for you. So I'd be interested to know how many of those players really are getting significant offers. Because yes, 40% are leaving. How many are choosing to stay despite better offers? So that may only actually be telling you a fraction of the problem. And by the way, this doesn't even count in the lesser Power 5 schools. Remember, was it 2 years ago when Gibbs, Alabama went and got Jahmyr Gibbs? He came over from Georgia Tech. They went and got Louisville's best receiver. They went and got Vanderbilt's best O-lineman, and they got who was it? They got, I want to say it was North Carolina State's best edge rusher. They went around to the crappy Power 5 schools and were like, we want your best, your best, your best, your best, your best.
That's definitely true.
And come play here. I mean, I'm not trying to throw any shade at Oregon State because what happened to them was a product of something much bigger. But that's like when Jonathan Smith leaves and you get, relegated to the little Pac-2 here, the Damian Martinez's of the world and the Aiden Childs. And so your best linebacker, your two best DBs, your best tight end, your best quarterback, they all left to go to other Power 5 programs. So it's a massive problem from the Group of 5, but I still think it's a huge problem for the Purdues of the world or the Louisvilles of the world and the Georgia Techs.
Somebody texted the Vancouver Fort text line and said small schools need to figure out how to implement sell fees to bigger schools, a la soccer, and how the EPL buys players off of smaller clubs.
That's called collective bargaining, and it's illegal.
Yeah, it's just their farm system.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, Jimbo Fisher called them JUCOs, basically.
Pretty much.
A lot of these leagues have just become JUCO.
The whole unlimited transfer thing has really made it tough because it used to be that kids were forced to make a commitment that was somewhat binding for a period of time, it seemed. And obviously things didn't work out one place. No. You maybe go to the next, but now it's 3, 4, 5 schools for some of these guys.
Cam Ward starts out at Incarnate Word, jumps to Washington State, has a nice run at Washington State, and now he's in Miami, right? That's just... And I can't fault Cam Ward. I don't fault anyone for this. I mean, I'm looking through here just this year. I found a list of players that are expected to make big impacts at the Power 5 level. Fresno State's best defensive player is now starting for USC. Weber State's best defensive player now starting on BYU's defensive line. The best receiver, one of the best receivers best corner for LSU came from Texas San Antonio. I mean, and the list just goes on and on and on of these guys that were, to your point, all conference players. South Carolina's starting running back that's an all conference preseason selection. He came from Memphis. I mean, it is a never ending list of players like this. And you can't fault anyone because if you're at one of these schools and your NIL budget is you can offer a kid $150,000 if you're lucky, probably more like $65,000, and he still has to play at Texas San Antonio, and LSU comes calling and says, "Hey man, you want $750,000? And by the way, you get to play at LSU." Instead of playing in front of 8,000 fans, would you like to come play at Death Valley in front of 95 and potentially win an SEC and a national championship and maybe get a better shot to go in the NFL? I just don't see how this ever changes. So you are just underscoring a much larger problem that goes across the Group of 5 and the lesser Power 5s. But that's kind of shocking when you think 40% of all conference players in the Group of 5 every year will move on to greener pastures. I'll tell you what, though, BYU, I was a 2-time all-conference player, 100% would have been gone. Not even a question.
Because you would have had offers.
Yes.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yes.
It's like you getting more stuff.
Well, and
more money.
Well, I would have left earlier on, but still, the moment that happened, I'd be like, yeah, I'm out of here. We're going. Because when I got to BYU, I didn't realize that playing in the Mountain West kind of sucked. Just did. At the time when I was recruited, I was like, we play 3-4 big teams every year, and BYU's a top 25 program, and I'm like, it's but I'll tell you, man, the week-to-week stuff, it sucks. It absolutely sucks playing New Mexico and all that. And at my first opportunity, I would have gotten the hell out of there and gone to greener pastures.
Well, this is all, you mentioned it. It's all going to be collectively bargained eventually.
Yeah.
And there will probably be some sort of contractual structure.
Well, and if it does get collectively bargained, that's going to be the nice part is that, yes, then you can cite contracts.
Yes.
And you can hold, kids can't just leave whenever they feel like it.
Right.
There will be incentive for kids to stick around. And then that's going to get into a whole other thing, whereas, does someone offer you a 1-year deal or does someone offer you a 3-year deal?
Right.
Does someone offer you 1 year of guaranteed money or do they give
does
you
a kid say, I only want a 1-year deal to go to UTSA?
I'm betting on myself.
You can get me for a year, but guess what?
Yeah.
I want to be a free agent after my freshman year.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird.
It's going to be wild.
And this goes back to what we were talking about in the previous segment. This is where a general manager or chief of staff is really going to come into play, is being able to negotiate all that stuff and work with it and find out what kid is a 1-year deal kid, what kid is a 3-year deal, all that stuff.
All right, up next, the latest on Noah Lyles v. Tyreek Hill. Isaac and Suk on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks
What about college football trades? What if the Ducks just traded Dylan Gabriel? probably wouldn't do that.
But they're like, listen, we like the guys we got in our quarterback room, and we need some depth on both
Yep.
of our lines. So if you send us 4 blue chip linemen, we'll give you Gabriel.
Let's do it.
One of these days, I do want to get on something, Buck. You put it in the old hopper there. I heard an interview once when, 'cause sometimes when you leave, we have the station on in my car, and they'll have whatever Ducks Roundtable, Ducks Insider, Ducks, a la carte. There's always some sort of Duck show.
Ducks coaches show.
Yeah, and they had one of them had the Oregon. What would you say? It was like their academic. The person responsible for academic progress. It was a lady, and I'll tell you what.
Like their associate AD of academics, maybe something like that.
Yeah, and that poor bastard that's in charge of the transfer, because all these kids that are transferring, believe it or not, they do all have to enroll in school and classes,
like credits and things like that.
And I guess there's different transfer portal windows for like the transfer portal windows are not the same for different athletes, and some schools are on semesters, some schools are on quarters. I listened to her go through what it's like trying to get kids to other places and bring them in and stay academically qualified. And look, I understand that academics and all of this are so far down the list, but you at least have to pretend that these things matter.
Does schools still have to jump through those hoops?
And it seems like a lot to deal with. And that is one aspect. Anytime you think about these kids that are swabbing, anyone that's transferred schools, my son is transferring colleges right now. And just even transferring from you would think transferring from a state school to another state school, everything would transfer. Wrong. It's a nightmare getting credits transferred over. And I think about these kids that have been at now 3-4 different schools, and some schools don't have the same programs, especially athletic degrees, quote, where they're kind of funneled into one thing. That's the aspect of this, that if you really want to make academics irrelevant, you've kind of achieved that at this point, because you just, the things kind of become a joke.
Well, and the other aspect is if it was up to all these kids to figure out this thing on their own, if they didn't have the support staff, nobody would transfer. It would never happen.
It's impossible. But I just remember listening to that interview, and it kind of roped me in, and I was just listening to the difference between, what a transfer from gymnastics has to deal with versus football versus basketball. And I just thought to myself, dude, if I'm that lady, I go find another line of work. But, she claimed she enjoyed it, and it's just kind of one of those. You mentioned the 90 people on the support staff at Oregon. Well, there's another one in there. And think about what that lady's job entails, and how many, it's not uncommon now for 40 new players to be on a football roster.
And you probably had just as many leave.
Yeah.
To be fair, it was only 30.
30. It's crazy. Now, I know some of them, like Dylan Gabriel, have already graduated, but then you're getting them into graduate programs and all that stuff, which is why, if you remember, there was a mass exodus out of Stanford, because the Stanford kids, once they graduated, they couldn't get into any Stanford graduate programs. So the Stanford people were telling their kids to stop taking as many classes. Because once you graduate from Stanford, none of those football kids, I can't say none, the vast majority of them will not get in to a postgraduate Stanford program.
Well, because Stanford, as a program, even for undergrad, you have to qualify academically before they will give you the scholarship.
Yeah, but here's the dirty secret about Stanford, and it's the same thing about most smart schools, is they talked to me about this when I was getting recruited by Stanford. Now, I did not academically qualify for Stanford.
No way.
Yeah, they were like, My junior year, they thought maybe I would. And then my senior year, they were like, you realize you have to keep working. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. But the guy, I remember my junior year when I was getting recruited by Stanford, he told me, he goes, look, all you need to do is get into Stanford. Once you get into Stanford, even Stanford has jock classes. They have liberal arts degrees that they can funnel you towards. So look, not everyone at Stanford is majoring in biology. There's a lot of dumb classes there too that
didn't Jim Harbaugh kind of usher a little bit of this in?
Yeah.
He was like, "Hey, we need better players, so we need
some dumb classes."
Yeah.
And dumb's not the right word. It's just easier.
Yeah, they're probably still pretty smart.
Easier classes. But once you graduate Stanford, there are no graduate dumb classes. So this is where schools like that are behind the 8 ball, is they can't get kids that stick around after they graduate, and they can't bring in graduate transfers. No offense to Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel ain't getting into a Stanford graduate program. It doesn't work. And no kid can really even transfer into Stanford. So schools like that now are really, really behind the 8 ball.
All right, well, I was going to update you on Tyreek Hill v. Noah Lyles.
Yeah. Noah Lyles won't shut up.
But that'll have to wait. Well, Tyreek Hill won't either.
Well, no.
I heard he brought another Olympian into things.
Yeah.
Noah Lyles did.
Is it possible that I just dislike both of them immensely?
Well, of course.
Because I really dislike Tyreek Hill like a lot. That dude's a scumbag, but Noah Lyles isn't a scumbag, but he sure is a dumbass.
That's like horseradish.
He's a bad guy.
Well, we're out of time, so I'll have to tell you about that tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah.
A more important topic is up next. The fan personality you would most like to see naked.
Looking right at him.
Thank you.
I was looking at Buckley.
Oh, damn it.
I'd like to see what Buckley's got going on in there.
I just want to tell you that I just went to the bathroom the last break because I'm basically incontinent now.
Yeah.
And there was
I had to
squirt. I do. There was a naked fan personality.
Whoa.
There was.
Really?
Because there's a shower in there.
Yeah.
So he was taking a shower.
Someone else besides me showers here, huh?
Yeah. So this marks the second fan personality I have seen naked.
I thought I was the only one.
Not anymore.
I'm a little jealous now.
So that raises the topic.
Yeah. Who in the 10-8 of the fan calendar, what's the prime month? Like Christmas maybe? December?
Well, wouldn't you put it if can we talk about this next?
We'll talk about it next.
It's just a tease, okay?
We'll talk about it.
All right, we'll be right back with Club 1080. Hey, it's Rob sticking around for Window Nation. You can buy
Only person to ever use that shower.
No.
All right.
You're the second person I've seen use the shower. Now, we do have a shower here in our bathroom.
Yes.
The hard part about the shower in our bathroom is the layout is such that there is a shower curtain. So when you're in the shower and the shower curtain is pulled, you are there's privacy. But if that shower curtain is not closed,
the angle of the mirror.
I think somebody who is out in the hall could see you naked.
It's poorly designed. It does feel like you could almost look from outside the bathroom door.
Yes.
And
I like to leave the shower curtain open. That way, I just kind of
let them know.
I like to put a good word of mouth out there and be like, "Hey,
well,
check it out."
Listen, I walked in on you, and it was not a good word of mouth.
Here you go. This is meant to share.
Well, anyway, so now the second fan personality I've almost seen naked.
Yeah.
He told me I just missed the show because he was naked, but he had his boxers on.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn it. He put the USDA stamp on his dong.
I have seen Joe shirtless many a time, and let me tell you, that's a sight to behold unto itself.
Here's another thing. I got to call him out on. That boiler is a growing.
It's pretty.
It is a growing.
It's mighty. Yeah.
Anyway, top fan personality you'd like to see naked. I know who mine is, and it's not close.
There's one choice and one choice only. Because I don't know about you, I've said this many a time. You can see anyone, like that's relatively good looking naked. That's a dime a dozen. I want something unusual. I want something unique. Which is why, like I said, I'd be interested in what Buck has going on. Because I've seen his kid's little boiler body.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. And his wife claims that it's just like his. So I'd be interested in what Buckley has going on, but no, there's one answer and one answer only.
That's right.
And that's Jeff Rust.
Correct.
100%. I want to see what Jeff Rust has going on.
If we did a fan guy calendar,
Yeah.
where we're all naked, all 12 of us,
Do we have 12? We should do one.
I think we do have 12.
Yeah, we got at least 12.
Do we?
Well, yeah, I mean,
you might be stretching a little bit.
Well, we have three
per
shows
show.
with 3 per show. That's 9, and then you throw in,
yeah.
Schultze,
Yeah,
Fish, Ortner.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we got it.
You're right. Somebody's going to be left out.
Well, then we'll have to double up,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll put Fisher and Patrick together.
Well, there could be like a hot corner,
Someone gets the cover and a month.
Yeah, something along that.
Well, you're right. The most popular month, without a doubt, will be Jeff Rust.
Yes, wherever Rust is, and I could do so many things with it. Santa Rust, I got summertime Rust, fall Rust. Like, I'm picturing Rust naked, and then like the fall leaves coming down, and then a leaf strategically covering.
Like little pixie Rust, like Peter Pan Rust.
Yes, I'm sorry, it'd be amazing. And I can't be the only one that's interested in where that hair. Like, what's the situation down there? Because
Didn't he once brag about a giant hog?
I think he's packing heat. I think he is. And you look at that guy's beard and like chest hair, there's a situation down there. Dude, there's over the hedges happening. There has to be.
Well, there are that makes 2 men at the station who have bragged about giant dong.
Swag
does.
Yeah.
Is that right? I
Yes.
don't think I've heard that.
He does.
Yeah, Swag talks about his sexual prowess all the time. Or at least he used to.
Yeah, I haven't heard him in a while, but
Yeah.
of course I don't see him ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rust and Swag are.
Yeah.
Probably the 2 feature specimen in this calendar.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I check out what's going on there. 100%. But the right answer is Rust.
Here's the situation.
Yeah. Who are you flipping right past? Because because it's got to be like, because none of us are, I mean, there's nobody that's going to be like, the women are going to be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, no offense to any of the other guys, but who would be number 1 for the women? Probably Dusty.
Probably Dusty.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I would assume. I mean, Dusty's the most traditionally, I don't know, handsome.
He's a hottie.
Yeah.
Maybe Sprague if you want a little more alternative Portlandy because he's doing the tattoo runner thing now.
And he's thin.
Well, for a certain lady, I'll tell you what, the big fella here is doing all right. The Holly Rose of the world, they're gonna like they're gonna like a big Viking.
All the butter
thing.
hogs will love you.
Yeah. There's gonna be a certain. We're gonna
He's
move.
He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
I don't know if our calendar is gonna do well in Portland, but in the Midwest, I think we're gonna do fine. I think my month will do all right. You literally just blow the hell out of these hogs. I'm also not gonna lie. The other one that I'd be very excited about seeing, Schultze.
That's where I thought you were going to go initially before Russ. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Russ just has so much character, but I'm not going to lie. Schultz, because whereas Rust, I picture just being just a well-hung Sasquatch. Dude, I bet you Schultze's like a hairless cat. And I would stare at the hell out of that. There's stuff going on there. 100%. I'd be like, yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's go. What are we doing here? And then there's others that are just normal, like, you know.
And that's why I think you scroll past. Like, you probably scroll right by me.
You're normal.
Yeah,
but you've been on the air for longer, so people have had curiosities for longer. They've been waiting to see Isachi in the buff.
You won't be that impressed. But you also would be like, Isachi. I'm like the Alonzo Mourning meme. You'd be like, well.
Hey, I've seen the Italian beefcake photo. Well, I'll tell you the one that would want to do it is Sprague, because Sprague's shirtless a lot. Sprague posts shirtless Instagram photos. He would be the guy that he'd be the Mike Gundy
exhibitionist.
Well, he would be the Gundy of the group that would be like, dude, we're not going to do this calendar. Dude, it'd be hilarious if we did. Hey, why don't we do the calendar? Like, he would be that guy that would be egging it on, but kind of tongue in cheek, but deep down, he would be super excited about it. He's like, hell yeah. It's like, check this out.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's coming out soon.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Someone's asking, are you allowed to, fluff up a little bit before the picture gets taken? Of course.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Which month do each of you guys want?
Well, I want my birthday month, which is July.
Okay.
Yeah, and Suk would be Santa. Because you're December.
December.
You could be the Santa.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
The beard's
just a
getting
hat
wider.
up there and nowhere else.
Yeah. It'd be a strategically placed candy cane,
Hanging something off your candy cane?
Yeah, something along those lines.
What would be your theme, Rob? What would you do for July? Just you in a lounger chair, sunglasses, and a cocktail?
That's right. With my pubes out.
Maybe you're on your putting green in the nude.
Right.
It sounds like the only
Solo style.
The only fan account needs to happen.
The only fan. Yes. Yes, that's great.
Well done.
Well, there'd be some people
yeah, because we need residuals. Hop on this job.
Well, I think there's some people that are uncomfortable taking just even a shirt off, and others that wouldn't. There'd be some people that just, and that are just not comfortable. But I think for the most part, if we did if you did a cheeky
you just lean in. Everybody leans in.
I think most people would do it.
I'd do it.
I'm trying to think of.
I'd do it. No one wants it, but I'd do it.
Yeah.
Buck, I would want. I want to see that. I want Buck. This is because Buck wears that trucker hat a bunch. I want Buck in a garage, a little greased up.
Ooh.
little greased up, like a trucker hat, like a pub beer, a wrench, and then just in a pair of like leopard Speedos.
It's so
something.
off-brand for me, though, because I'm not a handyman.
That's not the point, Buck. You lean into it. You look like Cooter from Dukes of Hazzard.
Check out this hammer.
Cooter? Is that an insult?
No. Look at him. You're telling me you couldn't see Buck in a garage? Yeah, that we could lean into that. But just side profile, boilers sticking out. Let's go.
I'm out on the back deck just wearing an apron, smoking meat.
Oh, there you go. That would work.
Hot.
I just turned around. You see my cheeks.
Someone's asking if Schultze has two faux hawks.
Please.
Ooh, doggy.
That's why we need to know.
Oh. You think someone has a hidden tattoo somewhere? Someone's got a cheek or a hip tattoo?
You think Swag has a tramp stamp?
Obviously, Rob needs to have a golf club head cover. Is that, a Titleist?
Put my Scotty Cameron putter cover on there.
Oh.
Might not fit, though.
Oh, Patrick Harris is the March Leprechaun? Yes, yes, yes. You guys are going to get a sternly written letter for this segment. It's possible.
I mean, compared to our turd sandwich segment from earlier,
I enjoyed that segment.
I thought it was great.
We got a random club question coming in from a listener, which I find to be a good one. And then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah.
Here.
We're not objectifying the fan staff.
Yes. Who'd we miss?
Dirt.
Yeah, we missed Dirt.
Danny.
See, I think Dirt's like me and scrollable. You know? Danny, scrollable.
Danny would be something.
Ortner.
Yeah, Ortner would love it. Ortner would be like Sprague, where he would joke about it, but then deep down, he's
been working on that body.
Yeah, he loves his new hot body.
He's dying to do it, 100%. Who else did we? I think we got.
I think that's everybody.
Yeah, I think we got most everybody there that went through. I mean, that's the whole set.
Shout out to Jeff Rust.
Jeff Austin.
Oh, the boss man.
Boss wants to throw his Titleist putter cover into the mix. I don't know.
I'm not touching that one. All right, we'll be right back. Club 1080 on the Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
he's saving time because he doesn't have to wash his hands. And by the way, I mean,
I don't want to walk up to a
you're still touching your
urine sink.
You're still touching your bits. I'm not.
I don't think you're a trailblazer, sir.
No,
yeah,
I mean,
go with I'm with the wife on this.
You know, I mean, I guess it's.
There's a reason there's a difference between a toilet and a sink.
Yeah, I mean, pee is sterile, so it's not like it spreads bacteria. I guess the water all goes to the same place. So from that standpoint, I guess, but at the same time, you're brushing your teeth, you're washing your face in the sink.
Well, and I'm assuming when he says I'm saving water, he is not like sort of flushing the urine down the sink. He's just
so you realize
it's just gross.
Yeah,
that is gross.
I can't.
And the stench?
Yeah. There's this doesn't make any sense. Look, I'm open to the idea of you being an innovator if this somehow. I'm just not seeing the benefit of it.
How about let it fly in your backyard? Like, I mean, at least.
Yeah, I pee like 85 to 90% of my pees at my house occur in the backyard. Now, that would be an innovator because I go hands-free. That does save me time. There's no flushing involved. I just don't understand. I'm not understanding the benefit, the full benefit of peeing in the sink. I'm not getting it. Am I missing something? Other than you don't have to touch the toilet?
I think what he's trying to do is justify his
peeing in the sink.
Disgusting behavior.
Yeah, I guess I've never really thought about.
I've done that if like if every bathroom is full and you've got to go so bad that like you don't have another option.
But when you just go outside?
Yeah, but yeah, you would.
Now, I'll tell you what, if we're talking about peeing in the shower, now I'm on board because I pee in the shower like all the time. But I've never really thought about, because my shower is right by the toilet, I've never thought about peeing in the shower when the toilet's right there.
Do you pee in the shower here? Is Joe Fisher walking around in your shower pee?
100%.
Nice.
Yeah. But again, it's not like I'm going into the shower to pee. I'm peeing while showering.
Sure, you're washing it down, unlike this person who says they save water because they don't.
Yeah, I just would think that your sink just smells like piss. Because while piss is sterile, it still stinks. It makes no... I can't get on board with this. My man, I'm interested in your theory here. I'm open to new ideas. This one just doesn't seem to hold water.
Yeah, I'm out.
And I don't blame your wife. You would think, by the way, if you're going to do this, don't tell your wife. That's one of those things that you just do in private.
Hold on, honey. You got to go pee in the sink.
Yeah.
Maybe she caught him.
Boy, that'd be a little awkward.
What the hell are you doing?
Now I'm trying to think what would happen if I caught BTJ. Like if I walked into the bathroom and she was sitting in the sink, taking a whiz, I'm trying to think of what my reaction would be.
And then she says, saves water, honey.
Well, I mean, I don't think I'd be mad, but I would be perplexed. Because that's, I mean, but then her ass is in the sink. But
they wouldn't be sitting in the sink. They would hover.
They would
like
hover.
they do normal.
Yeah.
You know, they hover over them.
They do.
Yeah, they do the hover over the toilet seat. You know.
We did have this one. I don't. All right, same similar thing. We got into a debate with someone over this. We rented a boat a few weeks ago on the Willamette, right? We do that once or twice a summer. Rent a pontoon boat, have some people out, have some drinks, good old time, right?
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, you're not coming to that. There is zero chance that you would come on that.
Huh?
Zero.
Wasn't invited. Guess we'll never know.
I'm inviting you next time. I think we're doing one at the end of the summer.
Okay.
Yeah, see what happens.
Rob can't make it.
Yeah, Rob suddenly is going to be out.
What was the date?
Hey, you pick a date, and we'll do that.
We'll do it around you.
So, as the day wears on, people are having beverages. There's no toilet on the pontoon boat. So, occasionally we even name one. We call it Piss Cove. Like you just, hey everybody, we're pulling over, and everyone jumping in. Everyone knows why they're jumping in. But as we get later in the day, it gets a little chilly. It wasn't that hot that day, right? So this is now about 6 o'clock at night. We're on our way to take the boat back. Some people got to go. So we're like, okay, so we pull over. One person on the boat did not want to get into the water to go pee.
Okay.
And so I was like, well, just hover, just hang off the boat. By the way, this was one of the females.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Because
the guy.
I mean, you just whiz. And so this person, I look over there, and the person is literally holding on to the end of the boat with their ass over, but they didn't pull down their swimsuit or anything. They just peed themselves And while it went in the water, they just peed themselves and then tried to get back in the boat.
Did they forget?
Well,
was it on purpose?
Were they drunk?
Well, yeah, everyone was. A lot of people were tipsy.
So they forgot a step.
What? No. Because I caught this and was like, whoa. Time out.
So now you're walking around in your own pee. Why wouldn't you have just jumped in the water?
That's because it was cold and they didn't want to go in the water. And I'm like, no.
So
That's
sit
not
in your own dry pee?
Well, that didn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you pull down your trunks?
Well, she was being modest.
And to be fair, there was a lot of people. That's why you go in the water. And I put my foot down and was like, no. No one's getting back on this boat with pee shorts. No, you get in the water. And I made that person, and by I may have shoved. I'm like, no, you're going in the water. You don't get to come back on the boat with
pontoon pee abuse.
Yeah. I may have done have you ever seen A Christmas Story? The ho.
Well, yeah.
I kind of did one of those.
Jeez, man.
I just kind of did that. And you're going in. Well, I knew this person. We were friends. They can be mad at me all they want, whatever. That person was going in the water. They literally thought it was okay. Because their theory was, well, when you go in the water, you just pee yourself anyways. Yes, but you're peeing into water. You're just peeing into your pants. Like, what are we doing here?
Why was this a debate?
That's what I said. I thought
not debatable.
Thank you. And yet this person hanging.
So they're still trying to justify this?
Still trying to justify.
I see why she did it that way. It's
I
the
don't.
wrong way to do. Well, she didn't want to pull down her pants in
Then
front of
you
everyone.
jump in the water.
Well, she didn't want to do that either.
Well,
so
you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Well, but that's how she got to this
it's a
place.
binary decision.
Well,
you get one or the other.
There's no debate about it.
That's how you get my size 13 in the middle of your head, shoving you into the water. Which, by the way, she was very upset about, and I didn't care.
Well, don't bring the pea shorts on the boat.
I thought I had a responsibility as captain of the SS Piss Cove to be like, no, we're not doing this. And this was my argument. There's no way that you would have been okay with me peeing myself on the boat and then just being like, no big deal, everyone. Just pissed my pants.
Scoot over, make some room for me.
Yeah, no.
Well, she kind of would have had to have been okay with it.
Well, we weren't okay with it. I wasn't okay with it. No one else should have been
That's
either.
a really strange move.
Thank you. And I just happened to catch it out of the corner of my eye and was like, what is, And then, imagine, feet on the edge of the boat,
yeah,
right?
No, I can picture.
And then sitting back, and I noticed that the bottoms were still on.
But wait, can I ask a technical question?
Ask away. I looked.
Yeah, was there...
It was going
urine going into the water?
It was going everywhere.
So was it sort of effective in that way? In that it
was
sort of
peeing through the swimsuit.
It's like pour over coffee.
Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
Wow.
Man over.
What a visual.
Yeah.
No, did it actually help with the urine content on the boat? I mean, that is an argument in her favor.
Well, look. It's better if you're going to pee your pants, this was a much better method than just sitting on the boat and peeing yourself.
Right.
But sitting on the boat and peeing yourself is not an option.
Well, it was.
That is not an option.
It was
No,
for
you
her.
had two choices, the water or pull them down.
Yes.
There wasn't a third of I
Yes.
just pee through my shorts.
And I'm sorry because she hit me with the modesty thing, and then I said, then you pull to the side. Or you get your significant other to maybe hold
a towel.
Ask a friend to shield you.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Yeah. Thank you.
There's a lot of better ways.
Girls go to the bathroom in packs all the time. They could have figured this out if they want
Or
to.
you just do this simple one of you go to the back of the boat and you only go into the waist. You stand on the ladder, you go into the waist, it's a little chilly for a little bit, take care of your business, come back up. But I put a firm, you don't come back on the boat until that bottom has been in that water. I felt very, very strongly about that. And I don't know, it ended up in some sort of debate on the boat, and I wasn't willing to have that debate. As captain, I put my foot down and said, no.
Peeing in the sink guy is back.
Yeah.
And he's fighting. He says,
what do you fight? You're now the girl peeing her pants. You're fighting an uphill. This is silly.
He says peeing in the sink is great at night because you don't have to lift the toilet seat. You just hang over and run the water for about 2 seconds. It's more efficient than flushing a toilet.
Okay, but here's, again.
Is lifting a toilet seat difficult?
Well, and here's the thing. If you don't want to aim, you don't want to deal with that, sit down when you pee. I'll do that at night.
Sure.
Middle of the night, if I've had some beverages, especially, I don't do a standing wee. I sit down. I don't have to turn on the light. I don't have to aim. I don't have to worry about a rogue anything.
I'll do it just because I forget to put the seat back down, and my wife gets pissed at me when she goes and it's not down.
See, that's fine, but you're still coming up with you're peeing where you brush your teeth. You're peeing where you wash your face. I just can't justify that.
Because there's not a need, and there's not a massive advantage.
Correct.
I feel like this is the same thing of the gal that was trying to pee without pulling her pants down. It's silly. It makes no sense. There's no benefit to it. And at the end of the day, it's kind of gross.
That's right. Take your pants off.
Yes. Or at least pull them to the side. Like you, pee in the shower. No
Take
one
off
washes
your shorts and dunk me.
No one washes their face or brushes their teeth in the shower. Because I don't want to brush my teeth in the sink where you
right.
are peeing.
That's the gross part.
Yeah.
I think the smell would be the worst part. Right?
Yeah,
it's gross.
And
it
you
smells.
just running the water, does it account for little trickles and dribbles and splashes?
Right.
No.
Get out of here. Here's a guy who says, I do a lot of sailing. Peeing overboard is just part of boat life for both the dudes and the ladies, but you do not pee through your shorts.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
They're right.
Thank you. Thank you. She thought she was being slick. She didn't realize that I out of the
You
priff
caught
there.
her.
I was like, whoa.
I love your peanuts, man.
No, we're not doing this.
All right, back to regularly scheduled programming.
We got derailed by sink pee.
Yeah.
By the way, you're not going to find anyone that
And
agrees
boat
with you
pee.
on the sink pee.
No.
You are a man on an island.
No, but
this
at
point.
first it sounded. At first I was like, oh,
There
was
might be
willing-
something innovative
I was
here.
willing to listen,
Yeah.
but
But it was
quickly
starkly shot down.
Yeah, there's I can't find one single advantage. I love the idea of it's the middle of the night and I just run the water for 2 seconds. Oh my God. Come on.
All right, how does this happen on a plane? Next, here's Buck.
Now, from
And right before they land, he radios air traffic control and he says, I'm not certified to land this. I can't land this plane.
Seems a bit...
That's kind of stupid.
Yeah,
How does that even happen? He's the pilot.
Well, and you took off. I mean...
Exactly.
If you take off, wouldn't you assume... I would not take off in an airplane that I was not certified to indeed land.
Well, all that happened was they signed the wrong paperwork at the start of the... So they had to divert to Salt Lake, get the right paperwork, and then bada bing.
Well, I told you the last time I was on a flight, it got delayed 2 hours because they didn't have proper paperwork.
Yeah,
Oh,
paperwork's a big thing.
Drove me freaking nuts. They said everything was fine. They got the wrong paperwork, and then they filled out new paperwork, and that was the wrong paperwork. So then we had to go back and get new paperwork again. 2 hours.
Yeah.
No good.
Have you ever had to wait on paperwork? Like when they say, "Oh, we're just wrapping up the,"
Just never nothing like that.
And then they'll be like, "Well, we're just waiting on the paperwork, and we'll back out of here, and we'll get you going."
And after like an hour,
then it's an hour.
Yeah,
where's the freaking paperwork?
They were apologetic, but they said that the guy kept coming on and saying that it was illegal for them to leave without the proper paperwork. It was violations of.
I think you got to fudge the paperwork.
I don't think you can. I think that's the way that works.
Guessing people have tried and gotten in a lot of trouble.
Well, but sometimes that.
Yeah, the feds.
Yeah, well, like I mean, I get why you have the rules and regulations and stuff, but man, sometimes stuff is so silly.
I agree, 100%. Like turning around an aircraft for any reason,
or paperwork.
They turned it around for a former NFL player.
Oh yeah, the guy. Did you see that story?
Gosder Cherilus.
I've never heard of that guy. Was he good?
He was a Niner briefly. I think he was a relatively high draft pick, first or second round.
Hey, he peed on a guy on a flight.
Come again?
Yep.
Yeah, former NFL player. Peed on a guy. Got kicked off.
Yeah.
Of the flight.
They were on their way to Ireland, right?
Yeah, I think he was going to Dublin from...
Like he peed on someone on accident, or he took it out and pissed on his foot?
He says that he took a sleeping medication and was not acting like himself. Said it was...
Yeah, but I thought it was like weren't they fighting?
There was a fight involved as well. Hold on, let me find the story.
I am fascinated by these sorts of things because as someone that occasionally...
Fights? Or pees on people?
Well, I have, but that was a long time ago. I'm just saying, as someone who's been known to mix, some medications a time or two, I like to sometimes in my backyard have a grand old time, take some things. In all of my adventures in the natural or pharmaceutical world, never, ever, and believe me, I've smelt colors. I've seen, I've seen things. I've talked to trees. Never once have I gotten so far gone that I just like pee on strangers, or like you see these people that freak out on airplanes. I do not understand how you get that messed up.
According
how you get that high.
To the police report, it says he appeared drunk when he boarded the plane, allegedly argued with the flight crew about his seat. An hour into the flight, urinated on an elderly passenger, then hit another passenger and took that passenger's seat before passing out.
And he's like, "Oh, no, my meds."
Yeah, he said in an apology that he took a sleeping medication that I don't normally use, which resulted in behavior that is not representative of my character.
Yeah, he's just trying to save face, but
Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I promise you, if you do a bunch of mushrooms
wait.
with me, I'm not going to take a crap on your foot and be like, sorry.
Well, I just hate this new world where we get to explain. No, that's bad, dude. I don't care why you did it.
Yeah, you did it.
Don't do it.
Yes. It's just not good.
You don't need a statement from you. I know everything about you by reading this story. I don't need your stupid statement.
Yeah, and this the other one, like Roseanne Barr, like everyone. It's like, I took sleeping pills, so I started shouting a bunch of anti-Semitic and like racial slurs. Like, really? I took an Ambien and I stayed up. Yeah, I did some cool stuff. You know what I didn't do is shout a bunch of anti-Jewish things.
Yeah, he was a first-round pick in 2008. Played for the Lions, Colts, and Bucks.
What's his name again?
Gosder Cherilus from Boston College.
It'd be scary. Some big dudes in there peeing on your foot.
Totally.
Yeah, listed at 6'7", 316.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
That's a large man.
Offensive tackle.
Yeah. Whoops. some elderly dude. I'm guessing that's the Brock Lesnar defense. You're like, well, what happened? Oh, some guy peed on me. Did you do something about it? Nope. What'd you do? I said thank you. And hit the little call button and can I switch seats?
And unfortunately for the old guy, I'm
Yeah.
guessing it wasn't just some guy peeing on him. It was a big black guy peeing on him.
Yeah, you're like, oh boy.
Black Dawn. What?
I don't even know.
Where did that come from?
I am trying to imagine what that's like.
And well timed, sir.
You're just sitting on your flight.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know?
Some offensive lineman's just God
peeing on your foot.
What would you like?
I don't
Okay,
know.
so I have zero chance of kicking this guy's ass.
None.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and he's obviously wasted.
Yeah, what do
He's
you actually
peeing
do?
on me. What do you do?
I don't
Start
know.
yelling for help.
I get like you start you
Help!
start mashing that call button.
Can someone do something?
Hey, man, you better stop that in 3, 2.
He's like, I can't pitch it off. I can't.
I mean, look, we all want to think that we're like, there's a level for every one of us that you reach a point where you're like, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, just pee on me.
And that went for every passenger on that flight, probably. No one can do anything.
I'm sure it's fine.
They start justifying. You're like, pee's sterile. Like it's no big deal.
Right. It's
I didn't like these slacks anyway.
That's right.
YouTube chat says it sounds like he needed a sink.
There's a good someone said, story. Can you pee on him back?
Yeah.
You take it out.
What
you
if that-
start sword fighting?
Boy, that might be the best defense.
You're like, that's it. He left me no choice.
You ain't seen nothing yet, big fella.
We're doing this. Yeah, it's just
Wow.
I don't know what you
Well-
do. I don't know what you do.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, I was going to tell you what the top sex position is.
Yeah.
For the summer of 2024.
Oh.
But only the
Only
summer
the
of
summer.
2024.
It doesn't work once we move into fall. It's like after Labor Day wearing white. This position does not work once we get into October. It's absurd.
Well, you could probably guess what it is, but
Belly to belly, right? little
Missionary?
Little belly to belly missionary.
it's my favorite.
I read earlier this summer, it was either when Isaac was out or when both of you were out, there was a New York trend that it's the summer of the 2 guys, 1 girl threesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, Suk must have been here.
Yeah, the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, we were talking about that.
The Eiffel Tower.
That's happening.
Hey, it's an Olympic summer.
It is an Olympic summer. That's
right.
true.
That is next on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the
what are you going to do? But this is like someone points out, like when the wife says, are you going to take that? If you're not going to say something, I will. Shut up, woman. This is my point. Yes, in an ideal world, that's fine. But you got to be real careful as the wife or the girlfriend opening your mouth and picking a fight that your boyfriend or husband can't finish. Like, you need to, like, we've all been, like, well, I can't say we've all, but I've seen this situation many a time where a girl start running her mouth and it's like, dude, your man does not want this.
Well, if the person's crazy enough to be peeing on somebody else, then he's crazy enough to hit you too.
Well, I've just seen this plenty of times where it's not going to go well. And you can see the look of the guy's like, oh my God. And he's kind of looking at you like, please, like, you understand I have to do this, but at the same time, I don't want to do this. Like, you're putting him in a very, very bad situation. Let him decide when the conflict needs to escalate. Don't be the one, because it's not you that's going to get your ass kicked.
So, summer, we get a little while.
It's time for doing it, right?
Well, yeah. People get a sense of adventure.
Yeah. Well, people are out there. The hots are out. The sundresses are out.
That's right. We feel good about our hot summer bods.
Yeah, there you go. Out there getting it in.
New York Post put out the most desired new sex positions of 2024. Not new. The classic. Yeah. The classics.
Can we also admit, too, that a lot of, like, the weird stuff, it doesn't work, and it's dumb, and it's just...
Yeah, we go back to the same ones for a reason.
Exactly. Like, come on.
That's right.
What are we doing here?
So, do you care to guess the most desired sex position of 2024, summer 2024?
I'm gonna go traditional. I'm gonna go animal style. We're going from the back, Bob.
That is indeed the answer. No. Doggy style.
No. The animal kingdom has it right. It's a reason. Lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, you name it. Animal style. It works.
Yeah. Lion's got that barbed dong, though. That thing is crazy.
That's the tiger.
Was it the tiger?
Yeah,
Maybe they both do? Both jungle cats?
I don't know if the lion does. I know the tiger does. Because the female tiger doesn't want it. And so the male tiger, like...
Spikes out.
Out.
We're staying.
Boy, you want to talk about, like, uncomfortable.
Second on the list is the reverse cowgirl.
Yeah.
Number 3 is cowgirl. Getting wild.
Getting wild
Number
there.
4, missionary.
Ah, yes.
Half the people said missionary.
You know what I'm going to do this summer? Some missionary.
Well, again,
people like that?
Again,
I mean, I know it's still sex. It's great, but that's your most desired.
It's like listening to the Beatles saying they're your favorite. There's a reason why it's classic. There's a reason why it's always near the top. There's only like 4 or 5. Anything else, you're just risking a calf cramp, or you're going to get uncomfortable, or you're going to get tired after like 8 seconds.
Well, we have 69.
Oh, all right. All right.
And as someone on the text line put it, the reverse standing 69.
Reverse standing 69?
Well, I'm trying to picture that.
Well, it wouldn't be...
Standing's one thing, but what's the reverse part?
That's just sex standing up. Which, by the way...
Or like if you're facing out instead of in, how do you do that? Your neck's going to hurt.
Dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we doing?
There was, as a bigger fella.
Well, we're exploring. That's what we're doing.
As a bigger fella, a lot of times in my life, the larger women are what are attracted to the big Viking type. And while I do appreciate that you being a big gal are interested in big guys, just because we're big guys, we can't hold you in the air for minutes at a time. And that's
not with that attitude.
And I had someone once that really had that expectation, and let me tell you, I think I herniated a disc that day. And you can't focus on anything other than trying not to blow out a lower lumbar or like a knee to go sideways. There's nothing sexy about that. Nothing. All you're doing is causing a lot of undue stress and wear and tear on people. Some of that stuff just is not practical. It isn't. I get it. You saw it in 50 Shades of Grey once. That ain't real, okay? They got brakes. The guy got a Gatorade and a sandwich halfway through it, and probably had a spotter.
After 69 comes spooning.
No, yeah. The good old spoon. Again, nothing here is...
What is happening?
Well, does it mean like spooning sex? Like sex in a spooning position, or just cuddling?
I would think,
that's
I don't
sex
think
in the spooning position.
I mean, this isn't a LDS survey.
No. That's just one of those like
no missionary. It sounded like it might be.
That's in the morning while she's still sleeping, and you just kind of scoot over and you're like, don't pay any attention.
Now here's something something I'm not familiar with. The sexed up snuggle. What does that mean? You ever done that?
The sexed up snuggle.
It's on the list.
I think that's just spoons, but reversies. That's reverse spoons. Like a scissor sort of thing. Yeah, you're snuggling. You're
snuggling face to face and doing it.
Face to face.
Okay.
You're just moving
Boring.
a leg.
I don't want to see her.
That's when you build a pillow wall. Put one up. Put that John Travolta sequin pillow up near the top. Look into those blue gazers and don't worry about it.
She is an aloof bitch. All right. That's our show. Tomorrow.